Good evening, everyone. Whoops. Good evening. Welcome to our April 5th Town Council meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President McCartney?
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So it has been 1 month into the Ukraine conflict, and I would like us to pray for a way to negotiate peace, a way to find an end to this. And I would also like to move a resolution that we have on our agenda up to this conference agenda to ask our community to keep the Webster family in their thoughts and prayers, the passing of Elnardo Webster Sr. And we served together for a short while. And this is the resolution, and it reads, whereas Elnardo Julian Webster Sr. was a West Orange resident for many years and served with distinction on the Township Council for the Township of West Orange. And on March 22nd, 2022, Mr. Webster passed away. Mr. Webster was a legendary basketball player who played professional basketball for the American Basketball League. And Mr. Webster was one of the greatest players ever for the St. Peter's Peacocks of Jersey City, who recently went to the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament, which accomplishment had never occurred before. Mr. Webster also played for the American Basketball Association as a distinguished player for the New York Nets and the Memphis Pros. Mr. Webster served on the Hudson County Board of Chosen Freeholders. Mr. Webster served as his community with distinction in numerous capacities. And whereas the mayor directed that the township flags be flown at half-staff in Mr. Webster's memory. Now be it hereby resolved by the Township Council of the Township of West Orange recognizes, salutes, honors, and mourns the passing of Elnardo Julian Webster Sr., who made a tremendously positive impact throughout the communities and state he served in an exemplary manner. Thank you.
Very nice, Council President.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes,
may
sir.
I say something quickly?
Yes, Mr. Rutherford.
Just wanted to remind all of those that may be watching, Dr. Elnardo Webster Sr. was not just an athlete, and he certainly was an outstanding one, but the thing he was most proud of, or one of the things he was most proud of, was his accomplishments and the way that he gave back in education, helping countless people get through advanced degrees, including doctorates. He had an earned doctorate. He served on the board at St. Peter's as well. And so his accomplishments in the field of academia are outstanding and have benefited countless people throughout the state of New Jersey. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford.
He's also very, very, very kind, and a beautiful family, and my sincere condolences to his family.
And to take his memory into perpetuity, there have been 2 foundations established in his honor. One will be the Elnardo J. Webster Sr. Scholarship Fund. And then there's also a tribute fund as well. And one of those funds will provide a scholarship every year for a student at St. Peter's. So he's doing wonderful things as he has transitioned to a better place.
Councilwoman Williams, thank you very much for that additional information, and that sounds wonderful. St. Peter's has certainly been in the news, so continued success for St. Peter's. I I think this will be the first time, I think we will be able to do council liaison announcements during conference agenda, which is actually on our agenda. Councilwoman Castellino, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. So we're Downtown Alliance. I asked Ms. Brill to put up 2 visuals today. Do you have them ready yet, or do you want to go to somebody else? Or
Yes, I'm sorry, they're not in the right folder.
okay, that's okay. So we're getting ready. Which one will go up first, Ms. Brill?
Why don't you talk about the street fair?
Okay. So our street fair, our annual street fair, which has not been annual the past 2 years due to COVID, is coming back this Saturday, June 4th. So we're very excited about that. A lot of great activities, a lot of vendors have already signed up, looking for some more. There'll be a car show this year. The car show is back, so we're very excited about that. And the vendors, when you do apply, you can apply, if you apply before, actually this week, it's been advertised on other sites by April 15th, or, oh, actually that's next week. You'll be able to get an early bird discount. So crafters and food vendor applications, go to downtownwo.com. So the volunteer signups will be coming. So if you've been to the street fair before, you want to give back to community, you want to sign up to be a volunteer, that information will be forthcoming, where we'll have advertisements out where you could sign up. But it's a great day. We've been so lucky with the weather in past years, and we really look forward to the community being out and really our first big, huge event. So we're excited about it. Hope to see you there. Also, our Downtown Alliance has been very busy, especially Ms. Brill and Mr. Fagan, uploading a lot of information onto the Township Mobile application. So we were hoping it would have launched already. The interesting way with the way this works is when you have these mobile applications, they have to get various approvals. So the Android phone companies, they had done their approvals, and Apple had approved us, but they're a little more rigorous process, and they wanted to see the pages of the actual app themselves. So it's been delaying the launch. We were hoping to launch it a month or so ago. So Apple has been in contact, and hopefully they'll have that to us anytime now. This is just a quick visual of what the first couple pages of the Township mobile app that you'll download onto your phones. The first page is actually on the bottom where it says directory, kind of a little hard to see. So I'm going to ask the council president if you could slot us some time for a more formal presentation of the Township-wide mobile app that's being sponsored by the Downtown Alliance. So as you can see with the various icons there, the first page you click on, all our restaurants in the township are loaded in there. Our social media pages, parking is big, so people know where to park. It says deals there, so any of the businesses have any special deals, or the restaurants, that will pop up. It's really going to be really exciting for people to have this information right at their fingertips. And it's working out well for other communities that have this, and we will give a better formal presentation. But we want the businesses to sign up, and there's still, Ms. Brill has all the downtown businesses loaded in. The chamber's on there, they have their own icon. They sponsor part of the fees, as well as we received grant money for this, and also the Downtown Alliance budget went towards funding this endeavor. We wanted to offer this to townwide for the first year. And we are asking all our brick and mortars, we're inviting them. So you have to be a brick and mortar business in order to have your information put on the mobile app. And so we'll give a formal presentation next month, but any brick and mortar stores, retail, seeing this advertisement tonight or on the meeting, just go reach out to Miss Brill at downtown@westorange.org, and you could send your information to her there. So that's it. Everybody's been busy working, and our Public Relations Commission is going to assist us in launching this. It's going to be an all hands on deck endeavor, because it's great to have this kind of technology at our fingertips, but without having residents and visitors from out of the community download the app onto their phone, it's not valuable information. So we have to make sure we get out there and we promote it very well, and there is a plan being formulated. So look forward to bringing you more information at our next meeting. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I look forward to a presentation to see how many components are involved in that. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Matu Brown.
Thank you, Council President and Councilwoman Castellino. I'm very excited about the direction that the Downtown West Orange Alliance is taking. Very excited about the app. I think that's keeping us all updated with everything else we do on our cell phones, right? Which is like our go-to. So I think that's a great project, and I look forward to being able to download the application. So as many of you know, the Cannabis Task Force has been very busy at work. Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino, for your time and commitment, in addition to your other committees. So we are paused at this moment. We're not reviewing any applications for the time being, since we have submitted 3 actual resolutions of support that the council has supported, the council majority has supported. On the agenda this evening, we will be discussing one of those resolutions of support, as we have asked but we will discuss that during the period of discussing resolutions. So that's where the task force is at that time. That's what we've done. OSPAC is also meeting April 11th. So on Monday, we'll have our meeting. I'll give everyone a status update at that time. But if you look on PVP, Pleasant Valley Productions website, you'll see what is on the agenda. And very excited for yet another prosperous season. I can't believe, as I'm looking at the end of my council term, that it's been 4 years and OSPAC has just really blossomed. The board has been very helpful. I thank all the committee members on that board as well for ensuring that PVP has been able to give us such a wonderful community gathering space outdoors, as well as to our high school students, even during the pandemic. So applause to Pleasant Valley Productions and everyone who volunteers for them. So looking forward to that. And as I have my hands completely full with the task force, I do not have any other committees to report on. Thank you, Council President.
Plenty of work to do there. Thank you, Councilwoman Matu Brown. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. So tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, the 6th, Open Space will be meeting. The Open Space Rec Commission will be meeting. There are some folks in town who are, some young people in town who are extremely interested in both the steep slope ordinance and the preservation of open space. And so look for them to be present at this meeting and additional meetings going forward. Their voices certainly do need to be amplified, because they are the ones who are going to feel the impacts of climate change the most. Next week, Wednesday, the 13th, will be Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. And then on the 21st, I will be at the joint meeting of Essex and Union County. That group is what we call the Joint Sewer Commission. And I want to forward, and will forward actually during this meeting, to Council President, a presentation that was done by the joint meeting. It will help council members understand a little bit better about how the joint meeting works, where these dollars go, how those dollars are assessed, and what we need to do to be prepared in cases of emergencies, similar to what happened last year with Hurricane Ida. And so I'll send that to Council President. Hopefully we can display that for the council members, possibly for the public as well. I think that's it for me. Yeah, that's it for my report. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to the joint meeting presentation. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. We'll start with the Rent Leveling Board. The Rent Leveling Board met on March 31st for a workshop meeting to go over the ordinance, any updates, as well as how we function during hearings. It was basically determined with the support of the attorney from Verona that the ordinance as it stands may need some additional definitions included, but for the most part, until we can identify the needs, that we're going to let it stand. And then perhaps if there is a further desire to review or improve or modify that ordinance, then we will look to a neighboring municipality that has already done the revision process as opposed to starting from scratch. We do have one hearing that has come before the board, and it was postponed to allow one of the parties to correct and update their information. And then once we scheduled the return or continuance of the hearing, it was again continued so that we could provide that same courtesy to the other party as well. So we look to have a next hearing, that's a public hearing next month. That information is on the municipal website. The Economic Development Commission is looking to host another meeting or its next meeting in April. We have not confirmed a date, and as soon as we can confirm a date, we will do so. We're looking to invite the leadership team of Essex Green to the meeting to discuss what's going on at Essex Green. Of course, we're all aware that the Starbucks has opened. It is not a set schedule, as they're still going through their processes of learning, adjusting, and then of course, supply issues are also impacting their hours of operation. So we just ask that the public continue to be patient as they are working out their kinks, as you would with any other business. While Starbucks itself is a large chain, this is a franchise, and we want to give them the courtesies that we would any other business in our town. Additionally, met today with and I'm just going through my notes, I apologize. Historic Preservation Commission met today with the DEP, part 2 of their evaluation program. They requested to meet with our chairman, Brian Feeney, a member of the administration, as well as their 3-person team. And this evaluation included a review of how the commission performs. It reviewed its documents, its minutes, its applications, made several suggestions. But I will highlight overall, one of their statements was that based on the evaluations that they have performed, that our municipality evaluation was by far superior and one of the best that they had an opportunity to review. So I do want to thank Mr. Feeney for his leadership with the Historic Preservation Commission, and also put out there, which is information that was a little, interesting, new, and we're always learning. But we do have a 7-member commission, and we do have some vacancies on that commission. So if by any chance you're interested in architectural preservation, historic preservation, please reach out to the administration and let us know. We welcome, this is a volunteer opportunity that's just looking to preserve the historic uniqueness of West Orange. One other point that I will just communicate, as this was a question that had been brought to my attention. I think it was also addressed at one of our council meetings when we were making the approvals for our properties that we just recently designated as historical designations. And the question was, what happens if the zoning changes or a property becomes positioned within a redevelopment zone? So from the state, I did understand and learn today in no uncertain terms, redevelopment usurps everything. So we would have to be mindful if we want to include or maintain the integrity of any of our historical designated properties, that we would have to do that during that redevelopment ordinance process. So keep that in mind. I thought that was helpful information. I think I'm leaving out something. I am. I apologize. The Municipal Alliance met with Laura Van Dyke a couple of times last week. One of the new and exciting programs that we have scheduled, you'll see this on the municipal website, but we're doing a virtual lunch and learn on Thursday, April 28th from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. via Zoom. And that's going to be on cannabis use, debunking the myths. We're going to have a guest panelist, Joel Torres from ADAPT, Senior Manager at Family Connections. We're going to have the MAC co-chair and Main Street Counseling, Steve Margotz. We're going to have additional panelists from the New Jersey Prosecutor's Office. Chief Abbott has agreed to join our panel from the West Orange Police Department. And we're also going to have a representative from Cooperman Barnabas Medical Center. We are going to be focusing on the facts versus the myths about cannabis use. And the topics will include prevention, treatment, law, and medicine. Again, that will be via Zoom. And we'll get that information posted to the township website. And we look forward to a wonderful and lively discussion, just putting some untruths to bed. Council President, I think that's a report of all my liaison responsibilities. Thank you so much for your time and indulgence.
Thank you so much. That was chock full of information, and there were so many segues that I was going to pick up on, and you kept right on going. So the one was working with Laura Van Dyke, the West Orange Environmental Commission, and many, many volunteers with Open Space and other commissions and the Women's West Orange Women's Club. Laura Van Dyke had reached out to look for volunteers on April 9th from 10 to 3, that she has a list of senior citizens that are looking for a little yard work to do. So we're creating these crews to go out to assist seniors at their homes. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Megan. So spring yard cleanup for older adults. It's open to the public. Anyone is welcome to join and pitch in. I don't know if we can make that. Is there contact information? Laura Van Dyke's number should be on that flyer. That's also on the town webpage. And services are free of charge. Thank you for that. The other part I was going to pick up was on the historic preservation, because that is also on the planning board agenda for tomorrow evening, April 6th. I can't believe it's April. Besides the steep slope ordinance to be reviewed by the planning board, and Pleasantdale Chateau has also, they're trying to create open outdoor venue space. So we will be reviewing that on the planning board tomorrow evening, 7:30. That will be at Zoom. Information is on the town webpage. And going back to historic preservation and the Sustainable Jersey application, the township is certified. We do get points, so that audit, if that's a report that you can share, we can upload that as supportive documentation to get points toward our certification for 2022. So I would appreciate any information there that we can upload for our Sustainable Jersey certification. Going back to the Environmental Commission, we did just submit a New Jersey American Water grant for phase 2 of the West Branch of the Rollway River cleanup, which happened back in 2019. Despite COVID, We had an excellent turnout there with, it turned out to be a collaborative effort with an Eagle Scout, Sean Cox. If you recall, he gave a presentation at that time. So now it's phase 2 of that river cleanup. The Rena House will meet next Tuesday morning. And again, thanking the West Orange Women's Club. Last Friday, they had a beautiful, the seniors were so thrilled to be out and about again with Dan Yates and the paper mill performance. Students came out and did an outstanding 1.5-hour production at the open to the community at the Rena House. It was a lovely event. And the West Orange Arts Council. The West Orange High School Advanced Placement Student Art is on exhibit until April 23rd. I welcome everyone to go see the student art. Just this past weekend, there were 3 collages workshops, and they were celebrating what I learned, a World Collage Day. That work will be on exhibit at the Arts Council. And I just invite everyone to visit woarts.org because of the gallery, the gift shop, open on weekends, to see what local artists are creating and on display. And I would ask everyone, May 15th, the Friends of Thomas Edison National Historic Park are having a cocktail reception under the tent on the vault, right adjacent to the Black Mariah. The cocktail reception is a fundraiser, membership drive. We are raising funds to repair and restore the Black Mariah, the first film production studio invented by Edison right here on our main street. So please save the date, May 15th, 4:30 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Council President, may I?
Yes, sir. Councilman Rutherford, yes.
You mentioned Laura Van Dyke and the cleanup this weekend for older adults. The phone number was not legible, so wanted to give it here, especially for the recorded session. The number to call is 973-325-4106, or you can email nperez@westorange.org to pre-register. And also this weekend, the high school is putting on their play Into the Woods. The productions are Friday, April 8th and Saturday, April 9th at 7 p.m. Sunday, April 10th at 2. So look forward to seeing both the production and some of the neighbors out. Thank you, Council President.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that addition.
Council President, so sorry, I did have my hand up. I just wanted to add something, actually a recognition to our fire captain, fire chief.
Councilwoman, that was next on my list of things to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do, and we get these annually. I don't know if they are posted on our website, but the Chief Vecchio does take time to put this together for the council, and it's chock full of information. Sometimes the public is unaware of everything that they do, but I just wanted to give him our gratitude for putting that together and just highlight the types of incidences that occurred in 2021. Fire incidents, the number of fire incidences were 2,279. Emergency medical services, EMS, 4,557. So they had a total of 7,236 runs last year. I'm not sure, Mr. Gross, if that's on the website. If it's not, it'd be great to have everyone share that information. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And on a personal note with the fire department, I just sent them a thank you card because my granddaughter, who is only 18 months, fell and has 24 stitches across the bridge of her nose. And they arrived and they were just so attentive, and I'm just so thankful and grateful. And she's okay. And only last Monday, one of my teachers fell and broke her nose. And again, thanking the fire department, they were just so compassionate and gentle with her. So I just thank them.
And it's 7 o'clock.
No, perfect.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Councilwoman, that is on the website, by the way,
Yes.
the annual report.
Thank
You're welcome. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The council is now in their public meeting.
Hi.
Thank you again, Madam Clerk.
You're
And
welcome.
Mr. Gross, I did see your hand go up at one point. I didn't know if you had a question.
No, Council President, that was an errant wave. I
Okay.
apologize.
How do you do? Welcome, welcome. So we're going to open with public comment. Madam Moderator, if we have anyone,
Yes, we have Joe Fagan up first.
okay?
Joe, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and a good evening to you, Madam President, council colleagues, members of the administration, and all those on the call this evening. I am Joe Fagan, Public Information Officer, and thank you for the opportunity to address the West Orange public this evening. Tonight, I would like to advise everyone that the West Orange Police Department are actively participating in New Jersey's You Drive, You Text, You Pay enforcement and awareness campaign during the month of April. This statewide initiative will target motorists who engage in dangerous distracted driving behaviors, such as talking on cell phones and sending text messages while driving. Certainly, at one time or another, we all have been guilty of this and maybe have become complacent in its potential dangers. The focal point of this program isn't about the issuance of tickets. It's more about raising awareness, especially since driver inattention was a contributing circumstance in nearly 49% of New Jersey crashes in 2019. That is a sobering statistic because it's nearly half of all the accidents. Sending or reading a text takes your eyes off the road for 5 seconds. At 55 miles an hour, that's driving the length of an entire football field with your eyes closed. In West Orange, I can relate that to driving from the Dunkin' Donuts on Main Street to about Dangler's funeral home with a blindfold. I think Chief Abbott summed it up best when he said, "The hope and ultimate goal of this program is a refinement of good driving habits by raising awareness to the preventable causes of distracted driving." Several recent social media posts in West Orange groups have displayed a picture of an older male who stated his name is Javier Diaz. I spoke with Captain McDonald yesterday, and he confirmed that he is safe, but they still do not know who his family is, if that is his actual name or where he lives. Because of this situation, I want to remind residents about the Take Me Home program sponsored by the West Orange Police Department, which was implemented several years ago. The program can help find or identify someone like Mr. Diaz who wandered away from a location and assist in their safe return. This program is helpful for people who are nonverbal or easily disorientated. This includes those who suffer from autism, dementia, deafness, Alzheimer's, and other development disabilities. The program is strictly voluntary and not limited by age or disability. Families can place on file emergency information, photos, and other descriptive information to be put into a database. This helps police officers to identify lost individuals quickly and contact family members or caregivers. More information about the program is on our website, or you can contact the West Orange PD non-emergency number at 325-4000 to enroll. My late mother, before she was fully diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's, became disorientated while driving on 280 and wound up in Newark in unfamiliar surroundings. And it took 5 hours to find her. So if this program had been in existence, it would certainly have been helpful. And I urge everyone to consider enrolling if they have someone who may fall into that category. Finally, this evening, our West Orange Recreation Director, Bill Keogh, asked me to remind everyone about the Rec Achievement Awards luncheon this Saturday, April 9th at 1 p.m. at the Cass Civic Center. This year's honorees include Ron Griola, Kelly McGuire, Mike Giavine, Pete Scalora, and Brian Murphy. There is a $20 donation for a buffet lunch payable at the door. Dress is casual. Before I conclude my report this evening, Madam President, I just wanted to add one quick item. Since there is a resolution making mention of Woodland Avenue on the agenda tonight, I wanted to point out a noteworthy coincidence. On this precise day in West Orange history, a public hearing was held to cut municipal appropriations for the construction of a new street named Woodland Avenue off of Pleasant Valley Way from $100,000 to $25,000 on this date, April 5th, 1955. And just quickly, I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Castellino on the mention of the Downtown West Orange Alliance app upload. Although I have been assisting Executive Director Brill, she has been doing all the heavy lifting, but I appreciate your mention. That concludes my report this evening, Madam President, and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Joe Fagan. Thank you very much for revisiting the Take Me Home program, because that is one of those assets that we do have in town for every age individual as just a helpful service through the West Orange Police Department. Thank you for that. And Joe, I didn't know if you had anything on the spring fling when you mentioned the Recreation Department. Guess he's gone already.
Yes, we're moving on to the next public speaker. Thomas Skyville, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the council and council president. My name is Thomas Scrivo at O'Toole Scrivo in Cedar Grove at 14 Village Park Road. And good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you very much. I am speaking tonight. I represent Garden State Natural Green, and I'm speaking about proposed resolution 91-22, which seeks to rescind the resolution of support in favor of my client. I'd like to start out by saying that I commend the council and the township for its decisive and forward-thinking and progressive community-focused actions toward the cannabis subject. I've been in a lot of municipalities, and frankly, you're at the forefront of your process. You have a wonderfully robust process, and certainly kudos to council members Castellino and Matute Brown for all of their efforts. I want to thank you to start out for the council and the task force careful consideration of all the applications, particularly Garden State Natural Green. And thank you for the resolution of local support that you entered on March 15th. And we know that that was the product of a lengthy amount of work and a significant amount of work by the task force and members of the council. Obviously, I'm here not just to throw compliments your way, but also to question the actions that are about to be taken with respect to the resolution that is before you tonight. I want to say, first of all, that the resolution and the resolution of local support is something in a long process, and it is not the end. You have carefully written the resolutions of local support to indicate that they in no means indicate that you will license the facility, that there will be a license forthcoming, and that process still has to play out throughout the licensing process. I will point out that at least as it relates to certain of the observations that the task force made with respect to the location, the fact that the operator had locked up the property, there was a contract for sale, the fact that this was a single building, and the fact that this is a minority women business enterprise were all factors that determined the council to issue the resolution of local support. Subsequently, there had been, I believe, an interview that occurred the day after the resolution was passed, and that is the subject of the resolution tonight, in that 2 paragraphs of that resolution indicate that the managing member who had been interviewed had no actual role in the operations of the applicant, and that the applicant's actual structure, management, and operations materially differed from the descriptions in the applicant's application. I can certainly assure you that the hours that were put in fact, tens of and dozens of hours, I'm sure, by all of your task force members, resulted in the findings that the structure and particularly the financial wherewithal of the applicant were ones that were well-founded and well-grounded. That vetting process included an interview with our entire team, and that second interview, which was post-resolution of March 15th, we understand was caused and occasioned by the fact that Ms. Patel was not able to be part of that initial interview. And I would say, members of the council, that it would be a harsh result to have a comprehensive, well-planned, fully vetted application that was examined and approved by members of this council to disintegrate on the basis of one phone interview, which lasted 21 minutes. I think that when you juxtapose the fact that this took a number of meetings among the task force, that there was a robust process, that there was a full report to this council, that it would be harsh, and I submit not in the best interest of certainly our client and the township to let all that work go to waste as a result of one 21-minute interview. And I remind the council that this is really a limited resolution of local support. And I certainly don't fault the town for this. The state has rushed all towns through this process, and you have aptly qualified in your resolution. This action is in no way guarantees a license, and you as the council retain all of those rights and all procedures. So I would say, for the reasons that you set forth in the initial resolution and in the initial report, that none of those go away. This is not a situation where you have someone who's a minority and a women-owned business who is being propped up. She is the one, Ms. Patel, who has invested and put the money in. I would request that the resolution not be passed.
Thank you, Mr. Scriva.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kevin Malanga. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Kevin Malanga, 57 Ridge Road, West Orange. Good evening, Council President, members of the council. America likes to think of itself as a strong and stalwart and expanding nation. It identifies itself gladly with the products of its own hands. We frequently point with pride and with confidence to the products of our great free enterprise system, management, and labor. These should be a source of pride to every American. They are certainly the source of American strength. They are truly the fountainhead of American wealth. They're actually a part of America's soul. But there is more to America than raw industrial might. There is a part of America which was here long before we arrived and will be here if we preserve it long after we depart. The forests and the flowers, the open prairies and the slope of the hills, the tall mountains, the granite, the limestone, the unmarked trails, the winding streams. This is the America that no amount of science or skill can ever recreate or actually ever duplicate. This America is a source of America's greatness. It is another part of America's soul as well. I didn't write those words. Those words were spoken by President Lyndon Baines Johnson in the East Room of the White House when he signed into law the Highway Beautification Act of 1965. This was part of what was called the Great Society legislation that included the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Medicare and Medicaid Acts of 1965, the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967 that gave us all Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, and the Air Quality Act of 1967. Mr. Johnson, President Johnson, went on to say, in recent years, I think America has sadly neglected this part of America's national heritage. We have placed a wall of civilization between us and between the beauty of our land and of our countryside. In our eagerness to expand and to improve, we have relegated nature to a weekend role, and we have banished it from our daily lives. Well, I think that we are a poor nation because of it. Because as long as I am your president, he said, by choice of your people, I do not choose to preside over the destiny of this country and to hide from view what God has gladly given it. And that is why today there was a great deal of real joy within me and within my family as we meet here in this historic East Room to sign the Highway Beautification Act of 1965. Now, this bill does more than control advertising in junkyards along the billions of dollars of highways that the people have built with their money, public money. It does more than give us the tools just to landscape some of those highways. This bill will bring the wonders of nature back into our daily lives. This bill will enrich our spirits and restore a small measure of our national greatness. This administration, President Johnson said, has no desire to punish or penalize any private industry. He's referring to the billboard industry, or any private company, or any group, or any organization of complex associations in this nation. But we are not going to allow them to intrude their own specialized private objective on the larger public trust. Beauty belongs to all the people, and so long as I am president, President Johnson said, what has been divinely given to nature will not be taken recklessly away by man. He concludes by saying, and unless I miss my guess, history will remember on its honor roll those of you whom the camera brings into focus in this room today, who stood up and were counted when that roll was called, that said we are going to preserve at least a part of what God gave us. I urge the council to vote against the installation of any billboards within West Orange, particularly next to Interstate 280. They are a blight. They are in contravention of the Highway Beautification Act of 1965. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malanga.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sally Malanga. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Malanga?
She appears to be still muted.
I unmuted her on my side.
Okay, I did unmute myself.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep, but there I am. Okay. Sally Malanga, 57 Ridge Road. I too wish to comment on the proposed billboard for Executive Drive and Route 280. On behalf of our Green West Orange members, We strongly object to having a digital or static billboard blare at residents driving on Route 280. I don't consider it necessary as an information source for township activities, and I consider the revenue minimal to trade away the visual appeal of the town and distraction on Route 280. In 2019, the Essex Green Shopping Center had proposed a 48-foot tall billboard, and due to public opposition, it was withdrawn. The thought of driving on Route 280 and having drivers distracted by a giant television in the sky is terrifying. And that fear is confirmed by studies. In a 2019 study published on the National Institute of Health website, the results were removing billboards from a suburban highway was associated with a decrease of 30 to 40% in injurious crashes, and restoring the billboards was associated with an increase of 40 to 50% in injury crashes. It is certain that there will be accidents and possibly deaths on Route 280. And Joe Fagan has just informed us that in 5 seconds, a driver can drive the length of a football field distracted. The West Orange Police Department is urging us not to drive distracted, whether texting or looking at a billboard. What if the irony was that you or someone you care about was in a car crash during the 5 or 10 seconds that it takes a driver who takes their eyes off the road to decipher the billboard, and you council members voted for it? This is something that as elected problem solvers, you cannot take a chance on. Some of you are running for mayor. You don't want this on your record. It is not popular and it seems foolish to pursue it. This proposal is intrusive sky blight that doesn't belong in West Orange. We want our sky free and clear of the annoyance and dangers of billboards. Our members request that you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Joe Krikoviak. Please state your name and address for the record.
Joe Krikoviak, Grandview Avenue, good evening. I'm re-asking many questions that I've been asking for multiple council meetings in the hope that council members know the crucial answers and share them with residents. It would be a great practice of transparency and accountability. Again, I ask you why you don't let the residents know when the town has been sued. I'm not asking that you discuss the litigation, yet time after time you misrepresent, for whatever reason, what I say as asking you to discuss the litigation. No, I'm asking you, why don't you let residents know when the town is sued? Most of the time, the litigation is public record and residents can track down the court filings and learn for themselves, and none of you have to discuss the litigation. It's a missed opportunity at transparency. I previously said I understood that the New Jersey Supreme Court had agreed to consider Mr. Malanga's appeal of his lawsuit against the library redevelopment area, and asked what about the impact that this has and will have on the project in the Executive Drive redevelopment area where the town is planning to move the library. The town has previously argued that some of the money it needed for both projects had eligibility guidelines. How are these projects impacted by the continuing litigation, and what's the timeline for the Supreme Court appeal? What other entities did the town discuss as potential downtown redevelopment area developers? The PRISM lawsuit said the town had spoken to other entities besides MBS, which is now the conditional redeveloper negotiating for a redevelopment project, together with Wilkie Incorporated. Were there other entities? And if so, who were they? What were they proposing? And why did you pick MBS over them? I ask because I believe great value is involved in granting a redeveloper exclusive rights to redevelop. PRISM spent more than 15 years regularly failing to meet its contractual and financial obligations to West Orange, and the council authorized paying them $12.5 million to go away. That strongly suggests to me that substantial value exists in granting redeveloper status. So I think residents deserve to know about the granting of its valuable assets and want to know more about the process. Is the mayor discussing 30-year tax abatements in this redevelopment negotiations? Aren't we losing around $700,000 in annual property tax revenue from borrowing $20 million to buy the downtown redevelopment properties? How are we making that up? Don't other taxpayers have to make that money up in higher taxes? Where do the purchases stand? Why don't you make the amended sale and purchase agreement that was part of the litigation settlement public on the town website? What is the status of the COVID policy that has forced many employees to take unpaid leave and are now facing loss of their jobs? At this point in the decline of the pandemic, it seems to me to make no sense for the town to keep pushing this. I continue to oppose the reductions in property taxes offered under the designation of the town as an area in need of rehabilitation. I believe most property owners will make improvements anyway, so we are just giving away future revenues. What is your analysis of how much revenue we'll lose because of this? Have you even conducted an analysis, financial analysis? How much revenue have we received in recent years from assessments raised by actions covered under the area in need of rehabilitation? I urge the council to not approve these rehabilitation ordinances until you have such an analysis so that you are more informed as to how much tax revenue this is likely to cost the rest of taxpayers. You have an ordinance on first reading allowing billboards at Executive Drive, Rooney Circle. Billboards are unsightly, they block sightlines in our beautiful town and are distracting to motorists, particularly those drivers at a high rate of speed on Interstate 280 next door. I hope that you agree and vote this proposed ordinance down tonight. I'm not the only person who found it ironic that Mr. Fagan was talking about the danger of driver distractions at the same time the mayor is proposing to do exactly that with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joyce Rudin. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue. Tonight, I'm speaking out to urge you to vote against allowing more billboards, digital or not, in our township. A year and a half ago, my sister was killed by a distracted driver. The driver was going 35 miles per hour in a suburban community. I also couldn't help but see the irony in this week's announcement that Joe Fagan spoke so well about, that the West Orange Police will be cracking down on distracted driving, just as our mayor and legal team seem to be unaware of the consequences of their recommendations. No amount of revenue or campaign contributions or increased sales to businesses should be worth the risk caused by distracted drivers. In fact, if revenue is what the township is seeking, take down all of the billboards in our town and ban them completely. That alone will increase our property values. Tonight's resolution is bad for West Orange. I urge you to think about the legacy each of you is leaving our township. 3 of you are running for mayor. Will you lead by supporting safety first in West Orange? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Roz Beliski. Ms. Beliski, are you there? We can.
Can you unmute?
She's unmuted on my side.
Okay.
You can come back. Okay, we'll come back. Next up, we have Keaton Amin. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Moderator, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can you start the clock over?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ketan Amin, and I am here to speak on behalf of Nina Ben Patel and Garden State Natural Green. I have owned and operated a local business named Barnes Tavern in West Orange, 643 Eagle Rock Avenue for last 3 years. This business is across from the proposed location of Nina's cannabis dispensary, which I am here to offer full support of. I have known Nina Ben and her family for more than 25 years. I have known her. She has been dedicated mother and business owner. She has fulfilled both roles with a great success from what I have able to see. I see no reason that her ability to run this business should be in question by the council, and I believe they should support Nina Ben and her business aspiration in West Orange. As a township and society, we should be supportive and encouraging more women and minorities in business instead of questioning and undermining their integrity and ability. I fully support her and trust in her ability to run this business and to be positive member of West Orange community. In last, Nina Ben will be the 100% controlling this business, and we give support for women empowerment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amin.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Ms. Belisky.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
Rose, thank you. Good.
Hi, Roz Moskowitz Belsky, 11 Wedgwood Drive. I am a member of the West Orange Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, as well as co-founder of Pleasant Valley Civic Association. I am happy to announce that we've locked down a date. Pleasant Valley Civic Association and B'nai Shalom will be having a mayor's candidate forum on October 23rd, 2022. So I know that seems like it's a far down the road, but it comes quickly. That's a Sunday. We're looking at possibly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but of course we'll get that information out to everybody. So that's October 23rd. I would like to thank the West Orange Police Department for their distracted driving advocacy. You text, you drive, you pay. This campaign should be is very significant. And of course, I, like everybody else, including Joe Fagan, can't seem to really wrap my head around the irony of the ordinance 2680-22 for billboards on 280. A 48-foot high billboard is a complete distraction. There are so many residents in West Orange that take pedestrian safety very seriously. And truthfully, we thought this billboard issue was put to rest months ago, and here it is again. Personally, I kind of almost find it resentful that the township would put dollar signs before the safety of not only West Orange residents, but all of the hundreds of thousands of motorists that pass through 280 on their way to wherever they're going. We all know how dangerous 280 is. And I would advise the council and the township to work with the state to make 280 even safer. We need lighting in many stretches of 280, particularly from Northfield Avenue to Prospect down to Pleasant Valley Way. We need safer exits and entrances. And rather, spending energy working on that rather than putting up a billboard on a very high speed road would be time much better spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roz, very much for your comments.
Next, we have Jacqueline Handy. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate this. My name is Jacqueline Hendy. I live at 134 Walker Road. And I just wish to add my voice to several of the other community members in opposition to the billboards that are being proposed along 280. Forgive me, I joined late in the call. I did have to get my children fed. But I did get to hear a little bit of Joe Fagan's speech, and he talked about distracted drivers. And in the time from when he spoke to now, I did a cursory Google search, and this is directly from the State of New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety. And according to this, from 2011 to 2020, more than half of all crashes involved a distracted driver. Nearly a third of all fatal crashes involved a distracted driver. I don't understand how the township could vote in favor of something against such strong data. Half of all traffic accidents involve a distracted driver. And you can argue against informational signs. I'm not opposed to informational signs. We need to know where the gas stations are and whether we might be able to grab a bite to eat if we're tired and we need a restroom. Those innocuous signs that we see right at the exit, I feel that those are beneficial. But a giant billboard is specifically designed to distract, to attract attention. I don't understand how you can willingly vote for something that by its nature is designed to attract attention. So if it's designed to attract attention, therefore it is distracting attention from the road. The council cannot vote in good conscience for this. And if it does come to pass, it will be remembered because it is not in the best interest of our communities. It is in the best interest of whomever has the dollars to put their advertisement on the billboard, which, by the way, isn't guaranteed to be a West Orange business. But regardless of that fact, even if it were, it is not worth the risk. In light of the data, the council has to vote no, and I'm really shocked that we're still having this conversation from the many years when I first saw it being proposed. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hendy.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that wish to speak before we go to Mr. Puglisi? Yes, we have Todd Dubovi. Todd, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi. Todd Dubovi, Burnett Terrace. I am speaking up as well about the proposed billboard signs proposal. For all the same reasons that have been mentioned already, but most importantly, the irony behind the announcement that Joe Fagan indicated that our police department is involved in a campaign to raise awareness of distracted driving. And here we have an instrument of doing exactly that. And I agree that to vote for this is a slap in the face to that campaign. So it can't be, you can't approve this. It doesn't make any sense. The amount of revenue that might be generated from this is very small compared to the overall budget of this town. There are a ton of other areas that we've discussed in the past where revenue can be raised for the town or expenses reduced and we've raised those issues, but apparently nobody listens. We hope you'll listen now because this is hugely important. This town is, if you will, bucolic in a sense. It's with all the trees and the open space, and to have 4 billboards, massive billboards sticking up out of the trees as you drive up 280. There's no other billboards along 280, at least from there all the way west until you hit 80. There's no billboards. We don't need billboards, and the town doesn't need the billboards. And I agree with others that this had been put to rest some time ago, and now it's up again. And you just have to wonder, you know, why when things are defeated, do they suddenly show up again? And they try to, there's an attempt to jam stuff down our throats, if you will. So it's a request that you guys not vote in favor of this. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeBove.
Next up, we have Julie Valdez. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Valdez?
Welcome.
Yes, hello.
Hi, yes.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Julie Valdez, and I'd appreciate it if you would please say my name correctly. Good evening. I live on Elm Street, and good evening, Township Council. Just give me a second. All right. So good evening, Council President and Council members. I'm excited to see the more than 50 attendees present at this meeting. Thank you to everybody who took their time out to spend your time at this Township Council meeting where, as you can see from the council agenda, is quite long and ambitious. First, I would like to speak about the Executive Drive billboard. Back in March 2021, Pro Media made a presentation to the Township Council where Mr. Parisi introduced Pro Media. And I listened to that presentation as I was present during that council meeting. I listened to that presentation again today just to recall what was stated. I am opposed to this billboard, and I would like for all council members to consider your position. The revenue that is supposed to be generated from this plan is minimal, as it was stated at that presentation that there would be an estimated revenue of $300,000 in the first 3 or 5 years after Ms. Castellino had asked them what the revenue would be in the first 5 years. Many of us residents and just anyone who has driven on 280 has been impacted by the numerous car accidents that have occurred recently. We have seen all over social media about a really bad car accident alerting us to avoid 280. By stopping this proposal of more billboards, I think that we will make 280 a little safer, although I think that more can be done to improve 280 so not so many accidents are occurring. I agree that we do need to think of creative ways to bring tax revenue to the town, but this project is not it. Mr. Cohen mentioned that he is a resident of West Orange. If he is so inclined, he can build a big billboard displayed on Main Street right outside Llewellyn Park, where he lives, which is a high traffic area. I highly doubt that this would be supported by anyone who lives in Llewellyn Park. So again, I am telling everybody on this Township Council to reconsider. Second, William Street residents were issued parking tickets on Saturday morning. I went myself, as I am a resident of this neighborhood, and the ordinance there is very vague. I am recommending that that ordinance be revised so it reflects the same hours as Franklin Avenue. The Franklin Avenue ordinance and other streets like Elm Street, Chestnut, and possibly Cherry Street were revised so Monday from 9 to 1 you cannot park, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 1 you cannot park in order to allow street cleaning. I believe that this should be done on William Street, and those tickets that were issued on Saturday should be rescinded. So I hope that the West Orange Police and Chief Abbott, you will work with residents to resolve that. Also, before the council members respond to me, I understand that you do not tell the mayor what to do, but you work very closely with the mayor and the administration. This comment is specifically directed to Mayor Parisi. I would like to know when you plan to resume open office hours. I have politely emailed you, called your office, and visited your assistant, Sherry, to speak to you, yet I have not received a response. My questions to you is, how do you select members of residents of West Orange to serve on any planning board, zoning board, board, commission, committee, group, working group? Because I read the website and I have not received a response from you. I do appreciate Chief Abbott reaching out to me via the phone to speak to me, but to be quite honest, he cannot answer those questions. Only the mayor can. And I do understand, council members, that you cannot answer these questions for me, but I am just making a public record that the mayor has ignored me since February 9th of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Next, we have Justine Kademi.
Yes, hello. Thank you for meeting with us tonight. Everyone who spoke before me
Could you
spoke.
please state your name and address for the record? I'm sorry.
My name is Zasa Academy. I live at 4 Dawes Avenue in West Orange.
Great, thank you.
I was just distracted myself because I was reading literally the long list of lawsuits involving motor vehicle accidents and digital billboards. Many cities have already banned these because of the proven. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted by some sound that was going on. Yes, I was reading about the long list of, there's actual law firms that are dedicated to this pursuit and concentration of motor vehicles involving accidents involving digital billboards. And yes, everyone has commented before me about the irony of announcing the new task force on distracted driving the same night that we're revisiting this digital billboard. And everyone else has made the points except for this one point. When our lawsuits come, who's going to pay for that? Will it be the town council who votes for this, or will it be the taxpayers of West Orange who pay the crashes that are going to happen because of these digital billboards? Because they will come. They have come before. The information is out there and it's public for you guys to see. And I implore you to look into this further before you make up your mind that this is a good idea, because it is going to far exceed the amount of money that it will bring into West Orange in the lawsuits. And that's the only point that hasn't been made before. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Sorry. Next, we have Richard Harrison. Please state your name and address for the record. Mr. Harrison, go ahead.
Mr. Harrison, you're still muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sorry. I'm Richard Harrison. I live at 6 Bromley Drive in West Orange. I'm a relatively recent citizen of West Orange. I moved here almost 4 years ago, retiring from North Carolina with the North Carolina Department of Justice. I agree 100% with the concerns that have been shared about the billboards. I just wanted to add a little bit of historical perspective. I grew up most of my life in Asheville, North Carolina. And if you've been there, it's just an incredibly beautiful area of Western North Carolina. However, billboards have been a sore spot there for decades. And entering Asheville from Black Mountain or Hendersonville, which both are about 15 miles away in opposite directions, there are probably, have been in the past, over 200 billboards. And that was a battle from the 1980s and 1990s. And I love West Orange. It's the last thing I would have imagined that I would face again is more billboards. But the one thing I would only add to what's been shared so far is that in all of these many billboards outside of Asheville going in and out, when the economy goes down, what you end up having are a lot of dead billboards. And they just are old, they're not maintained, whatever was on them gets worn off, and then you just have these ugly, old, dead billboards. So I just want to share my support for maintaining the beauty of this area, which is really, really wonderful and worth every penny that we save or have to spend otherwise than billboards. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Any other members of the public wish to speak before we go to Mr. Puglisi? Seeing none. Mr. Puglisi, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Good evening to everybody. I just wanted to share some information about some upcoming events being sponsored. First, we have our first ever Essex County Teen Arts Festival. This is going to be an online presentation, and we're asking teenagers who are students in Essex County to submit their visual art. And like I said, it's all online, and the deadline is April 14th. Once again, the website for that is Essex County Teen Arts Festival.org. Yes, I know it's very long, but it tells the whole program right there. Second, we continue to operate our vaccination centers, both at the Kmart in West Orange and the employee parking garage at the Hall of Records in Newark. The big addition now is the second booster shot of Pfizer or Moderna, otherwise known as the fourth shot. Appointments are not necessary, but if you want to make an appointment, you can, and you can do that at essexcovid.org or by calling our health department at 973-877-8456. And the two sites, one in Newark and Kmart in West Orange, are open Tuesdays to Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. This past weekend, we kicked off our Cherry Blossom Festival for the first time in 2 years because of the pandemic, with bike races on our 10K run. And it continues this coming weekend, April 9th, with our Children's Fun Run and Family Day on Saturday. And on Sunday, April 10th, the Cherry Blossom Fest, which is a big community festival by the Cherry Blossom Welcome Center. All that information is online. And then finally, looking ahead just a little bit, May 7th is our Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day. That's from 8:30 to 4:30. And on Saturday, May 21st, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. is our computer and electronics recycling day. Both of those events are at our Public Works Department and Cedar Grove at 99 Bradford Avenue. And again, all of these events are on our website, which is essexcounty.nj.org. Thank you very much for the time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Anthony Puglisi. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other members of the public, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So let's just start with some of the responses. I am going to pull the resolution on the Garden State Natural cannabis so that the task force can discuss that. I appreciate Mr. Skirvo coming out to advocate for his client, and also Mr. Amin to speak about the owner. So I would like to hear more about that. And actually, this is so out of the ordinary, but I would like to, I did hear everyone talk about the billboards, and I would ask my council colleagues if we can jump to that ordinance I was surprised, I have to admit that I was surprised to see the ordinance 2680-22 about the billboards on our agenda again after the discussion and presentation that we had. And since there are so many people, plus so many emails that we received over the past couple of days, if we look at that ordinance right now, and if the administration has anything to add to that, the reason why it is back on our agenda, I would like to hear from the administration so that we can address these issues. And I would ask my council colleagues if you would like to vote on that at this time, because I imagine the other 63 people that are on this call are interested to hear. Is that something?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I see Mr. Kaiser is here. Is that something that we can do to go so out of order like that?
Sure, you can take a vote to go out of order, and you can handle it now. You could also wait until you've finished responding to public comment, which might be the more logical time to do it, but you can do it.
Okay, well, most of the comments were about the billboards, and I appreciate the history lesson from Mr. Malanga about President Johnson and all of the acts that he did adopt and advocate for, particularly on the Highway Beautification Act and so many others. Makes me interested to read more about President Johnson. Really, most of them were all about the billboards. I wanted to even Mr. DeBove talked about, he used the word bucolic. And just on a personal note, there was an open house at the end of my street, and I knew the realtor that was showing the house, and I popped in to say hello. And there were quite a few people looking at the property, and we have that panoramic view of the city. And to me, billboards belong in a city, in that environment. And the reason that people that were here in West Orange using Mr. DeBove's term bucolic, that was we're accessible to so many things, yet we are not a city. And I believe those billboards do belong in a city. So it just seemed like it was coincidental that we should see this billboard back on our agenda. And I was going to ask the administration if you had any comment why. Mr. Gross?
Yes, the administration, when this issue was last presented to the council, had presented an ordinance that would allow billboards in many locations. And the administration heard the council loud and clear that there were certain concerns about that, and whether or not what the specific locational concerns were was certainly an issue that was not as clear as the fact that there were issues in certain locations. So the administration took a look at the areas in which they were making recommendations the first time, eliminated the lion's share of it, and looked at the areas that were most profitable from a budgetary point of view. The focus of this from the administration's point of view was simply to take some steps to add some type of miscellaneous revenues in addition, other than taxes, to our budget process, to provide some level of tax relief in the future. We certainly respect the council's opinion on this particular, and will be guided accordingly.
Thank you, because that raises, as soon as I saw the ordinance, I just thought of the horrific accident that we had with firefighters. You're coming down a hill, speeding down a hill. The last thing we need is any type of distraction, particularly right there at that Pleasant Valley Way and Prospect Avenue stretch.
Certainly the administration appreciates the safety considerations, and even if this were to be adopted, those considerations would be taken into consideration in any placement. Clearly the DOT, state of New Jersey DOT, has regulations as to where and how these types of things would be regulated and placed along state highways. So the administration felt that at least that was an additional safeguard that might make this the ability to do so in a safe manner. Clearly, the administration would never want to see erected any structures that would cause safety issues and would be striving towards that. Again, the administration will be guided according to the council's desires in this.
Thank you. And I do understand that there are other state regulations, but I would appreciate listening to my colleagues, and I would like to move this ordinance forward. To Mr. Krikoviak, if it would be appreciated if you could send your questions to us. I know you fit them tightly into the 5 minutes there. I find that difficult to respond to so many. But I will say that I have not had any follow-up meetings or conversations with the mayor since the last presentation that we had on MBS. So I have no information on that. And everything else was on the billboards. I'm going to go backwards again with Mrs. Councilwoman Williams, if you have any comments from public comment.
Thank you, Council President. As always, thank you, Mr. Fagan, for all of your information. One thing that Mr. Fagan, if I neglected to hear him speak about, was an upcoming virtual Zoom that he will have in the next couple of weeks, talking about the removal of the dirt and the mountain to actually create 280, Interstate 280. So if he has an opportunity, or if we have that flyer available, or if it's not yet posted on the township website, I just thought that that conversation and the posting of that information is so very timely since we're having this discussion. I agree. I think that our vote will speak to the concerns of the West Orange residents. I just want to make this comment. Again, we all realize that we're elected officials. But I heard and I listened intently to the conversation this evening from those who took the opportunity to come in and actually be present and speak, as opposed to listening to it. Maybe everyone doesn't have an opportunity to be here. But being kind and respectful goes both ways, not only for us to our residents, but for you all when you speak to us. I heard a lot of assumptions about what we were going to do, about what we allow, about what we must do. And I just want to encourage our residents that we're all very intelligent. We do our due diligence. We respect your decisions. We respect your instruction and information. And this isn't the only opportunity. We're so available. I'm so available during the week to hear more, just not 5 minutes of your concerns when you have them prepared. But if there's any concerns that anyone has during the week, I am so available. Please reach out to me. I am more than happy to give you more than 5 minutes of my time so that we can discuss your concerns and look to make West Orange the best community that it can be. Regarding the cannabis resolution and the rescission, I do look forward to hearing more information and discussion about that this evening. I would encourage moving forward, whatever we do with any of our boards and commissions, that we continue to do them in an open space so that everyone can understand, see, and that full transparency is supported by each and every one of us in our elected capacities. I think as far as most of my notes, the only other thing I wanted to mention, I think I've spoken to everyone's concerns. My apologies. And again, thank you to the public for taking your time this evening. And many thanks to those who take the time to watch it at a later, more opportune and convenient time. But I also wanted to just send salutations to Side Temple in West Orange on their 1-year anniversary. I did, along with Council President representing the township, attend their 1-year anniversary on Sunday. That's the only Hindu temple that we have. We're blessed to have that temple here in West Orange, but it is the only Hindu temple in the county of Essex. So we're so appreciative that they're here. They have open prayer every Thursday, regardless of your denomination, on Thursday evenings. So we want to inform, advise, and welcome the public on Anita's behalf at Side Temple to stop by and visit. The temple is absolutely beautiful. And one of the most emanating themes is that there is one God, regardless of your faith and who you call God, but that everyone is welcome to worship in their space. And then also just wanted to make note that also in West Orange on Saturday morning, 5 of our chambers came together and held the annual Essex County Mayor's meeting and attended that as well. Council President and I were representing West Orange for that event. And it was well attended by many of the mayors in Essex County, elected officials, township representatives in Essex County. But luckily West Orange has been and will hopefully continue to host that event that brings revenue and our fellow members of Essex County into our community. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams, and thank you for reminding me about the temple ceremony. It was a beautiful 1-year celebration, and it was quite spiritual. And that May is Asian American Pacific Islanders Month. So I will ask the mayor's office for a proclamation to present to them.
One other thing, if I may, I also wanted to make note that this week is National Library Week. So please visit our library. And we have a new exhibit that's curated by our library director, Dave Kuby. And of course, the library is open with their hours posted on their website, westorangepl.org.
Dave had his own art show there last weekend. So.
It's still up.
Great. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. So as my council colleagues have seen in their inboxes as well, we've received quite a few emails regarding the billboards. I, like all of you that have spoken so far, am surprised that we are revisiting this. I certainly do hear you loud and clear. I think your town council hears you loud and clear, and I think we heard you loudly and clearly last year when we initially addressed this issue. So I am looking forward to addressing it tonight. And I expect that the council will consider the needs of the community as we do so. Mr. Scrivo, I am also looking forward to the discussion on 91-22. I was not in favor of that particular license in the first round. I'm interested to hear how we got here. And so I look forward to having a robust conversation regarding 91-22 as well. One of the things that struck me in the commentary was there were two comments that were made regarding the billboards, and I have to go in order because I took my notes in order. One is that we already have more than enough accidents on 280. Someone referenced an accident last week, I think, or maybe it was the week before, closed down 4 lanes of the highway. It wasn't very long ago that we had a tragic accident that really shook up the town, especially amongst our public safety professionals. And so that stretch of highway is notorious on 280 for car accidents. So anything that is done there needs to be done to mitigate the opportunity for crashes, certainly not exacerbate them. And someone said, I can't remember who it was a woman who made the comment, but for some reason I don't see it in my notes. But yes, it was Ms. Hindi. Billboards are designed to attract attention. And so certainly in high traffic areas, we don't want to attract attention away from the task of driving. Mr. Krikoviak raised several questions, and I would ask the administration to respond. He asked the question, why would we withhold information when we are sued? And I think that's a valid question. It's his statement was that it's a missed opportunity at transparency. So I'd be interested to know, is there something that prevents us from, announcing in some form or fashion, whether it's digitally on our website or in town council meetings or whatever the proper forum is, when we are sued, and direct people to where the information is that they can find it. If the information is public, if it is not going to affect our position in the lawsuit, I don't know why that would be an issue. He also asked for some information on the impact of Mr. Malanga's lawsuit on Executive Drive. I'd like to hear that as well. So if Mr. Trink or Mr. Kaiser can address that, I'd be happy to hear it. And in his commentary on the area in need of rehabilitation, one of the questions was, have we done the analysis on tax revenue gains versus losses? There are a few towns that have that information, at least in their township. I think South Orange and Westfield are two. So I'd be interested to know, and I do believe, my memory could be off, but I do believe I requested that information. I just checked my email and maybe I missed it. But in our initial discussion of the area in need of rehabilitation, I asked for an analysis of tax revenues post the decision, specifically for properties that took advantage of the tax break. And Mr. Gross has been efficient. I don't doubt his acumen or his professionalism. And I'm pretty sure I did not follow that up in writing, but that doesn't mean that he didn't send it to me. So if you did send it to me, I apologize. But I would like to know that and see what information we have regarding the impact on taxes once that decision was made in other towns. So that concludes my commentary, and I'd be interested to hear feedback on those last three particular issues. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser.
Yeah, Council President, I just want to mention a couple things in view of those remarks. First of all, we never withhold information about a lawsuit being filed against West Orange. That's public information. I don't know where the notion comes that we withhold that information. We don't. We don't want to talk about, the litigation in terms of strategic things that are going on with it, because that's attorney-client privileged information. So that's improper, but the fact that a lawsuit's been filed is perfectly public information. I am not familiar with the Malanga appeal and its current status. I'm not involved with that litigation, don't handle it. So I can't comment on that. And I don't know if Mr. Trank is going to be on the call tonight or not, but I just wanted to make those things clear.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Trank is here and his hand is ready. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So again, I echo what Mr. Kaiser indicated with regard to any litigation, including the litigation that former Councilman Krikoviak had sued the town. We do make all of that available, and it certainly is public record, as Mr. Kaiser correctly stated. With regard to Mr. Malanga, again, the sole issue that the Supreme Court has taken in light of apparently certain litigation that involves the County of Union and the County of Bergen is an impression that was raised by Mr. Malanga in his appeal. Just keep in mind, the Law Division ruled and issued a lengthy opinion supporting this council's determination and the Planning Board's determination. The Appellate Division unanimously supported our redevelopment designation. This is on the current existing library site. And as everyone on this call is aware, certainly the council members, this is for 64 affordable housing senior units with a community room and potentially a satellite library there. So this is fully affordable housing. It is necessary to meet the requirements of our fair share housing settlement that was approved by this council and was approved by the Superior Court of New Jersey as part of the affordable housing litigation. So the sole issue, in light of what's going on with regard to the County of Union and the County of Bergen, which is not what occurred here, was the issue of whether or not through the redevelopment power, we could effectuate this affordable housing settlement, and basically, rather than put it up for auction, which would require us to take the highest price, as opposed to dedicate it towards affordable housing, a community center and whatnot, with a affordable housing developer who has successfully completed affordable housing in this community, whether or not that is not a power permitted either by the redevelopment law, which does permit it, or by the affordable housing disposition, which we are seeking to resolve. So that'll be the sole issue. So directly to the question that I think Councilman Rutherford repeated, this has zero impact on Executive Drive. Executive Drive, for anyone who's driven by it and is familiar with the area, is well underway. The demolition is being completed with regard to 100 and 200. With regard to 10 Rooney, which is now owned by the town, we took title, as you are all aware. We had bids come in with regard to the library. Let's not forget that we were the successful recipient of $3.2 million grant from the state of New Jersey as a result of the Library Bond Act. And again, the tremendous partnership, I have to always say the library board has been at the forefront of that with their professionals and obviously with the executive director, Mr. Kuby, in getting us to where we're at. So to answer directly, nothing that happens with regard to the pending single issue with regard to the library site will impact Executive Drive, which is already transferred ownership. We are collecting the rent with regard to the tenant on the third floor or the second floor, which is the third level. We've recently received bids for the library to build a new library, and we're hoping that that work will start sometime this spring so that the library will be in a position to move into its new quarters by late this year or probably more likely early next year. So that's the issue. With regard, by the way, just so everyone knows, and you're all familiar with it, certainly the council is certainly Council President Matu Brown, who was Council President then, and all the other members of the council who were serving at that point. Mr. Malanga did sue on Executive Drive. He sought to overturn that redevelopment. He was unsuccessful, but he then settled in a confidential settlement that did not involve the township. And as part of that settlement, he withdrew his appeals and his challenge. We do not know, nor are able to disclose, because we don't know the terms of those settlements. Mr. Malanga settled. He refused and did not settle with regard to the library because the township feels strongly that what we're doing with regard to affordable housing, with regard to moving the library, with regard to redeveloping the current library site is in the best interest of the town. And we thank the council, as always, for supporting that decision. So we're full steam ahead on Executive Drive and a new library and a dog park. Don't want to forget that. And obviously the improvements that are going on at Essex Green, everyone sees on a daily basis. And again, the risk and the sad part about getting the we'll call it delays or the process that, again, we're confident in, but again, the court will make its final decision is we successfully, with the help of the governor, the lieutenant governor, our state assembly people, got 9% tax credits, which is the only way that we can make the library site a fully affordable 64 units behind Town Hall, which is immediately adjacent, as we all know, to a very long-standing senior community. So the Supreme Court will, in its time, schedule that. Hopefully it'll be early this fall, and it will address the merits and address the claim that went up. In the 20 plus years I've been town attorney, only one other case went to the Supreme Court. That was the case with regard to our downtown redevelopment area that a number of people challenged, and they were unsuccessful. Once the Supreme Court understood the underlying issue with that, which was their desire to try to have a referendum on whether or not we can redevelop downtown. The Supreme Court immediately upheld the lower court. So we'll see how this one plays out, but we certainly believe that the township has been transparent. The record is the record. We've been successful so far, and we continue to press for the best interest of the township. But none of the pending appeal before the Supreme Court will impact Executive Drive in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trank, for the information and that historical perspective. Very much appreciate it. Just to pick up on the question that was just raised and revisited on the rehabilitation, that was discussed when that came up first time. Looking at my notes, our tax revenue, and this would be for Mr. Gross also, but our tax revenue remains the same. And the way this ordinance lays out is that the percentages of the assessment alone will be prorated over the next 5 years. Mr. Gross, any comment on that? Just to answer that question.
Yes, I'm happy to talk a little bit about this. This particular proposal, when it comes to single-family home incentives, frankly, is to protect property values through protecting the quality of our individual properties, providing incentives for homeowners to make investments into their homes. And there are, as was indicated before, there are a number of towns that have done this successfully, frankly, over decades now, not years. The one that was mentioned was South Orange, which I have some experience with. As much as more than 23 years ago, South Orange made similar changes in its ordinances, and it's difficult to prove a negative. It's difficult to prove how taking such an action, what happened after taking an action that would not have happened. So you have to look at outcomes, and this is a tool in all the potential outcomes. But if you look at a town like South Orange, and you look at its housing stock and the way it has been maintained over time, particularly at borders where in other municipalities perhaps they have not been maintained as well, it has certainly been a tool, not the only tool, but a tool in protecting property values, and protecting property values but through protecting your housing is also quality of life issues. It's not just a financial issue, it's quality of life, it's neighborhood quality as well. So it is something that I've supported. It's difficult to do a spreadsheet and come up with a cost benefit analysis of something that takes decades to really impact, have a serious impact over the town. But certainly the towns that have done it after decades have seen the value in it and not gone back and said, yeah, this has not been good for us. So, I think learning from that is a valuable lesson that you can use in order to make this determination.
Thank you. Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Council President, may I respond to both Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Gross? Mr. Kaiser, perhaps withhold is the wrong term to use, but is it appropriate for us to inform residents of, in some way, if there is litigation that affects us that ultimately puts their tax dollars at risk? Is there something that we should or could be doing?
Well, I'm going to answer that if it's okay, Mr. Kaiser, and then
that's fine.
Okay. So, I don't want to. What all that I think the law department wants to be is as transparent as the governing body wants us to be. So, for instance, we have, I would say, probably 6 to 10 what I'll call slip and fall cases pending. Now, none of them jeopardize any of the tax dollars, or I'm just following up on your question, Councilman, because, as you know, we have insurance.
Insurance, right?
So that's why I think we either go all or nothing. Like I can list literally probably by the end of the week, all of those cases. Some people may be embarrassed because they've sued the town because they fell on a sidewalk, but it's public record. So again, Mr. Krikoviak has shown he knows how to use e-courts and anybody else can use it. It's a public database. So, so we can list on our website if that's the decision that people want, every lawsuit, and I'm more than willing to, as the director of the law department, I can provide the counsel. I would, as Mr. Kaiser correctly stated, I would do it in executive session, but certainly we can do that. Is the bottom line. There is no. I just want to answer one question you asked. So every year when we do an audit, as Mr. Gross will tell you, I have to write an opinion letter that says, is there any piece of pending litigation that would have a detrimental impact on the financial operations of the township? And all I can tell you is in 20 plus years, there's never been such a litigation. I guess if we hadn't resolved the Prism case and they thought they could get $50 million plus, which is why this council unanimously directed us to move with all haste to resolve it, not because the claim was, we solved it because we wanted to solve a bigger issue. But I guess my point is there's never been a lawsuit, and there certainly is not a pending lawsuit, which would detrimentally impact the future of this town. And if there is, you'll know about it quicker than your head will spin, because I'll get you on the phone in the middle of the night and tell you, and we will decide, and we will certainly make anything public that doesn't go to strategy or whatnot. So again, there's nothing that is not transparent. I missed the public comment when whatever comment was made about claiming whatever claim is being made, but whatever you want, we could post briefs. I got more paper than I can get rid of. So you want us to post paper, you want it available. Anybody who Oprahs it, we get Oprah requests every single day from many people who everyone's aware of, and we provide them with whatever documents are available. So I welcome the council involved. I welcome, we have lots of tax appeals. You were nice enough to take time to talk to some of our professionals on that. Tax appeals vary in the scope and the risk. I've recently told you about an adverse decision that happened with West Orange Plaza that's now on appeal. There's another determination that was made with regard to the old PAL site that's going to go on appeal. So these all have potential and real impacts on the town that we're constantly surveying, and we have an obligation to catalog them and keep track of them. So whatever you need, we will provide.
Just want to be clear. I don't, the way I characterized it immediately before your response was when it affects the tax dollars of the residents. So, slip and fall cases would not fall into that. We certainly don't want to embarrass anybody, but part of the challenge, I think, in the source of that question is a lack of trust in government. And I'm not saying it's well placed or not. I'm not making a judgment about it at all. What I'm saying is if that is a perception, perhaps there's something that we can do to mitigate that. I don't think there is an issue with regard to hiding this information. That's not what I'm accusing you or Mr. Kaiser or anyone else of. I'm just saying that if there is an issue there, then, and there's something that we can do to mitigate that, then perhaps we should at least consider it.
Well, and again, I'm open to any, again, knock on wood, we're not like, all of us read the headlines on the front page of the paper this week and this weekend of a settlement in a community in Union County, and nothing is more horrific than that. And I can promise you, besides the integrity of our town, none of that will happen. But all I can promise you is there'll never be a confidential settlement that occurs without certainly going through the council. So I don't know that it's even possible, frankly. But again, we could certainly talk about it offline. And clearly, Mr. Gross, it must be every Monday night, Mr. Gross has an hour plus conference call with Chief Abbott and Mr. Lepore in the law department to talk about every legal matter that's pending. So, I applaud Mr. Gross's hands-on on it, and I'm sure he's going to continue it.
All right, and then for Mr. Gross and Mr. Trink, we can certainly continue the conversation offline. Don't want to take the time up tonight. Mr. Gross, yeah, so the question about the tax revenue was not to prove a negative, right? It's just to understand how taxes were affected once that decision went through. I read the ordinance, and I believe it only covers up to $25,000 worth of improvements. that kind of an impact on a house in West Orange is negligible. And so, it's not like, people are going to be able to put $100,000 additions, $150,000 additions on their homes and save a significant amount of taxes. So the question is, is it worth it given the other things that it allows us to do? Now it is, and now I'm happy to hear your response. It is not, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, especially in light of the Union County and Bergen County cases, it does not give us the ability to sell municipally owned property without going to bid. That is my understanding. I could be wrong. I expect someone on the call to correct me if I am. So it does not give us that ability. And even if it did, in light of what happened in Union County and Bergen County, even if that was the reading prior to those cases being decided, that's probably not going to be the reading now. But in light of what we give and what we get, the tax revenue or the trajectory of tax revenue and how many people take advantage of that and how many times we forego whatever that piece of taxes is and multiply that by the number of households that actually take advantage of the program, is that impact worth it, given the parameters that are set forth in this document tonight?
Yeah, I think doing a calculation of what are the dollars involved in it is relatively simple. It's in round numbers, 4.5%, let's say, of whatever the assessed value savings is. So 4.5% of $25,000 would be something, that amount of money per year. Where this gets complicated is when you say whether it's worth it or not, because in order to say whether it's worth it or not, you'd have to establish whether it would have happened or not. And that's the negative I'm talking about. If the incentive weren't there, would the property owner have made the improvement? And we'll never know the answer to that, because we'll know that it was, if it's adopted, we will know that the property owner most likely was aware of it, and it may have impacted their decision to do so. But what we won't know is if it wasn't there, whether the property owner would have done it anyway. So, and that's the worth it equation in this, because you'd say, what if? What if we didn't do it? What would the savings be, or what did it cost us? So you really need to look at the overall. That's why I say, in order to fairly judge it, you have to look at the overall outcomes, of the policies. And again, it's a tool in the toolbox of protecting property values and property integrity, is whether or not over a matter of time there is a pattern or a neighborhood that is more preserved than perhaps other neighborhoods that don't have that. So, and that's not absolute. That's an indicator, and you're never going to get anything more than that. Like I said, we could do the math and say what the savings is on any particular project, but adding value is a much broader, and make a determination of that value is much broader. Again, going back to me, the towns that have been doing it now for decades haven't decided not to do it. After doing it for decades, they haven't done the calculation, said, this isn't worth it. They've said, we like the outcomes of what we're doing. And so they continue it. So I think that's a pretty good indicator.
And I have to add to Mr. Rose, because we did exhaustive research, and this was in response to the community saying, why do you consider tax breaks for somebody doing a redevelopment? Why don't we support our residents who are investing back in their property, adding a bathroom, adding a kitchen? And again, as you point out, it's not a massive amount of tax break, and you get the improvement, improves our housing stock. And so it seemed like, frankly, a no-brainer, because, again, Mr. Groves can't be more clear, more correct. There is no way to prove the negative, because naturally every year there are people who renovate bathrooms and kitchens and whatnot. So we would never know what would happen naturally versus not. And what we're saying to a homeowner who stays, who improves their property, is we want to make that, we certainly don't want you to not make that improvement because you're worried about the added assessment. So we're going to phase it in over a legislative appropriate amount of time, and that improvement will stay with your house. We know renovating a kitchen or a bathroom, number one, improves directly the value of your property, and number two is a kind of improvement that probably makes you more likely to stay in West Orange for a longer period of time, as opposed to, you know, not spending that $25 or $50 or $100,000. So again, I think that certainly the discussions that the mayor and the administration had with Mr. Greigel, and again, communities that we saw doing it, like South Orange and Westfield, that have certainly seen substantial, we'll call it reinvestment by individual owners, this was something we could do to help ease the tax burden. And we're not going to be losing it. It's almost impossible to say that we ever lose revenues on this. We just don't get the immediate, quote, we'll call it 100% bang on them, which seems to me, after somebody spends $50,000 or $100,000 on their property, if you figure we have a 4% tax rate, Mr. Gross can give you the exact numbers, to me, if somebody renovates their kitchen for $50,000, to have to pay another $2,000 the very next year in taxes, and instead of paying that $2,000 additional taxes on what we know is an average tax bill of $10,000 to $12,000 to $15,000 to upwards of $40,000 to $50,000, seems like it's a small price to thank them for staying here. But that was certainly the administration's perspective, and you obviously make the final decision. Thank you.
And if I could just add for another 30 seconds on that, you know, we have darn few ways to give relief to property tax owners. You know, people come to us all the time and they, you know, have issues about being able to afford the taxes. We can't, by law. There's nothing we can do for them. You know, that as they face the day-to-day struggles of, you know, the changing economies. Here's an opportunity where we're given a tool where we get that opportunity to have something to offer our property owners to say, hey, we could do this for you. You know, here's something that we can provide, some relief that we can provide for you. And it seems to me that from that perspective alone, there's a certain legal fairness to that, that since it's offered to everyone, and it gives us the ability to provide an atmosphere in West Orange that is welcoming to property owners and people, you know, living, you know, and oftentimes, you know, on very close finances. It gives them an opportunity. So we highly recommend that this be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. And I do want to say that the argument about providing tax relief, and you will recall from the first time we discussed this, that is probably, I think, something that was unanimously supported by the town council, certainly by me. So thank you for your explanation.
Yes, thank you. John, I appreciate, Mr. Gross, I appreciate you said you had a 30-second response. We still have 2 council colleagues that have not responded to public comment yet. So, and we have a 4-page agenda. Councilwoman Williams, is your question about this topic, or can we allow our colleagues to respond?
I just wanted to respond to this topic before we moved on, and I could just think off the top of my head, one matrix that we will be able to monitor to see the benefit from this would be the uptick in permit applications from residents. We can take a specific time period. Certainly it will be impacted by COVID because, you know, everything was delayed, et cetera, et cetera. But we can certainly use as a metric, we can take a specific time period and just see the uptick and permits pulled and isolate some of the rationale and certainly attribute it to this opportunity.
Good point. Thank you. Councilwoman Cindy Matu-Brown.
Thank you, Council President.
Please bear in mind, we do still have 4 pages to get through.
Okay, I would have preferred that we tabled that last discussion to the time of the ordinance instead of cutting into my time in responding. So Mr. Scrivo, I'm not sure if he's still on, but thank you for coming out to advocate for your clients. I hope you are not on an hourly retainer because we typically have very extensively long meetings. We will discuss that resolution when the time comes. Council President has already stated she will pull it and we will discuss it. All of the other questions with respect to the billboard, I was not supportive of it from the beginning. That has not changed. So I will spare everyone a soapbox on that. I am not supportive of that. I think everything else was that except for Mr. Krikoviak. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Valdez. There is also an ordinance with respect to changing the street cleaning time. So we'll discuss that, and I'm sure we'll discuss what you brought up to during your public comment regarding the summonses that were issued. If there is certainly a confusion about that, I am sure that our chief will handle that as efficiently and as readily as he has responded to all of your emails. So I think that those residents can rest assured that he will be on the job, so to speak. I just want to make sure that that's all that was outside of the comments of the billboard. I do agree with respect to the discussion that just happened, so I will suspend my comments there. I do want to just say, when we talk about the lawsuits, litigation that are filed in the township, the council does receive information on that from legal. So it's not that we're not aware. If there is an instance of a workers' comp case, I think that the council may or may not be aware, but Councilman Rutherford and myself sit on the insurance fund that does oversee those claims that are made. That is obviously not going to be a matter of public record since it is our staff, our personnel. But I just don't see the benefit of taking what is already, in my mind's eye, a very overtaxed, if you will, no pun intended there, but overtaxed staff that we have. We have a very small, very dependable, very committed staff. But it's also almost, I compare it to a skeleton frame because so many people are wearing so many hats in the township that I would rather see those resources as far as their time and their expertise are concerned, those resources put to the jobs and the work that they have before them. Oprah is certainly something, and I know that our clerk's office, I'm sorry, is overwhelmed with Oprah. But if somebody wanted some information with respect to the lawsuits, that's certainly something that the filings of the lawsuits, let me just be very specific, the filings of the lawsuits, that's certainly something that you can Oprah or just look on Facebook, because there are some of our residents who have who receive those alerts. And I'll tell you about those alerts because my husband's also an attorney. LexisNexis allows you to sign up for alerts for particular cases that you are following. So there are times that I've seen a notice on social media before the administration, before I've had the opportunity to check my own email for the township. So I would say that it's not a matter of a lack of transparency, but really I don't see the benefit of, just listing them all on the website simply because there's just not enough manpower to do that. I think their time and resources are better spent on the jobs that they have. So I wouldn't agree that to Mr. Trank's point, if it's something that the council wants to have done, I just think that our resources are spent in other areas. And And Mr. Trank, thank you for bringing up the fact that, you know, we're all interested in the cost of litigation and that impact on residents, because these are our tax dollars. And I have to say, you know, I've said this before publicly, and I will continue to say this, I was not a supporter of Mr. Trank's contract my first year. However, I have seen so much work and the commitment of our legal department successfully defending what I would call frivolous litigation towards the township. And to the question that my former council colleague, Joe Krikoviak, asked with respect to what impact does the appeal have on the litigation, I am grateful, Mr. Trank, that you were able to answer that so detailed. It has zero impact, and I was going to say that, but I appreciate you stating it, because that part of the litigation, and it was brought to the council, and I appreciate my council colleagues unanimously not supporting a settlement that Mr. Malanga brought to the township to dismiss the executive drive litigation. That part of the litigation lawsuit with executive drive specifically was dismissed between Mr. Malanga and the redevelopers of executive drive. So there is going to be zero halt, pause, or any other objection to that procedure. And I'm surprised that that's not more well-known, since we have discussed that here in public when we talk about transparency. And I will say this as well, in advance of, you know, the critiques of me criticizing residents. It's not a criticism, it's the truth of the matter. We will not have any interruption on executive drive, because Mr. Malanga, who filed the lawsuit, also settled the lawsuit to his personal gain with respect to that with the redeveloper. So I look forward to that moving forward. And hopefully we will be able to also move forward, talk about the costs and impact on our tax dollars. Our litigation bills, if everyone looks at them, are extensive, because we do have to pay to defend litigation that 9 times out of 10 has not been successful against the municipality. So I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Trank. So there are so many questions that Mr. Krikoviak has, and I just did not write them all down. So I think, though, however, there were a lot of questions that were answered in the discussions that we just had. And to Council President's point, we have 4-page agenda. So I will end there, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Castellino.
Hey, lots of unpack in this public comment this evening.
And bear in mind, we have 4 pages to go.
I know, but I didn't take some notes as I patiently waited to speak. I'm used to going first as my colleague got the opportunity this evening. So just to stick on with my Councilwoman Matute Brown, she just started ending her conversation with executive drive. So let's go there just for a minute. For those listening in and hearing misinformation within the community, so sometimes we have to take a long time because we have to get the facts out there. So with executive drive, that was such a great project, and I still am so proud to support that project. It is giving us a brand new facility renovation project for our public library that is going to move forward regardless of what happens at the other site. So with that being that in mind, we gained, as Mr. Trank said, the library funding from the state. Also, the developer made contributions to it. The only thing I will have to ask, if something does happen, which I don't think it will, with the other site, the original site, I believe we were supposed to get $1 million from Mr. Albert's firm to go towards our renovation. So that may be in jeopardy, which would be shameful if that occurs. Is that correct, Mr. Trank?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Excellent point. As part of the transaction, he will pay us, again, Mr. Gross may remember the exact, but something tells me you're dead on. And if for some reason that transaction is overturned, then you're absolutely, we'll lose the affordable housing, we'll lose the community room. We're still, this administration is still committed. We're not building a new library.
Absolutely.
The library. So we'll have to find that $1 million basically. It's a good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. And we have great plans. We probably would have to go without the outdoor space that is beautifully planned up there if that was to happen. And that would be a shame. And let's not forget, so again, going back to the Executive Drive location, we have a tenant there, which we are now entitled to the property and receiving $600,000 a year in rental revenue. I know Mr. Gross is smiling there. And tonight, we have a site now. Tonight, we have a resolution 70-22, where we're going to send our engineer consultants over there to spec out pickleball courts for our seniors and for many in the community, because that is an upcoming sport. You know, we always talk about what we could do for our residents and new activities and recreation space for them. And here we are, great site for it. And let's not forget the new dog park that the developer is building there. So beautiful amenities, 450 residential units, some of which will be affordable residential spacing, high-end amenities. So, you know, great, beautiful project for our community. Now let's go back down to the current site. As Mr. Trank just said, I believe we're going to get 7,500 square footage of community space, a library annex, so to speak, to accommodate those who still may have needs in the immediate area. And not forget our seniors. So again, just a great, wonderful project. So to me, the question should be, you know, why would, instead of asking us, you know, why aren't we, you know, talking about the litigation? And you're right, we should be. Well, the also question is, why would anyone want to appeal a decision that was favorable to the township with such great amenities? Again, it's just disappointing. And but I just wanted to express to folks that sometimes get caught up. This is a very complex project that was put together for the township, so greatly beneficial for the township. And so whenever you have questions, we will take the time to sort that out. My former colleague asked a question that was not answered in regards to the film studio location, why that redeveloper. You know, again, it was stated they showed interest. They're going to negotiate a plan with the administration. We do not like the plan. We do not move forward with them. So that time will come eventually. That's not here right now before us. And when it will, we will have a formal presentation. I'm sure Council President will announce it on the agenda, and that when the administration is ready, we encourage the administration to always get us information ahead of time as much as possible. Unfortunately, sometimes things are time sensitive. So again, exciting projects hitting our community for us to move our community forward. And but we will take the time to sort out any misinformation that there is on any of these projects. So tonight I feel bad, Mr. Gross, he had to hear me this afternoon with this resolution in regard, switching gears now to the billboards that didn't have support. But just so folks understand, if you know the administration has their own reasons for why they want to move things forward, they're trying to, you know, think we might change our minds or try to, you know, his job is to, you know, increase revenue for us. But, you know, I felt that I think the message was clear a year ago that there wasn't much support there, and that should have been recognized, and it put us in an awkward situation this evening. And I know, Council President, you started off at the beginning of public comment, which so many people on the call and upset. So I did support that. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of support here tonight amongst us, so I don't know if you're looking to move the ordinance or not, or have that discussion before the resolutions or not. Maybe if there's not, it sounds like there's not enough support there. So I think folks who may want to get off the call could probably do so if they like, instead of have to wait. But I'll let that be everyone, your call in a little bit. But yeah, definitely, you know, it's such I'm not going to reiterate all the comments this evening, but I appreciate all the speakers for coming out, because we've all been inconvenienced, and even worse, may know someone who has been in some kind of accident on 280 in the past couple of years. It's really getting tough there, and especially now with all the construction, I couldn't even consider doing, you know, thinking about anything over there at that moment. I also have, you know, what drives me crazy on 280, which distracts me, is not billboards, but, you know, when I see the graffiti and the garbage, it just drives me crazy, especially as you approach the parkway. So there are distractions, and we need to be mindful of that. So, but thank you all for coming on the call this evening and bringing that to our attention, even though, you know, we all had this one. Mr. Scrivo, if you're still on the call, I'm going to take the hit for this one. Last meeting, and we'll get into that when we get over to the resolutions, but just to put a quick recap on it, I'm on the committee, and I'm, you know, obviously a council member. So the committee meets, we have discussions, we spend a lot of time. We interview the minority partners, and I mean minority in regards to percentage of the ownership, which was a couple percentage points, and, you know, disappointed and understood that the primary ownership, which was 92% of the ownership, was not available when the phone calls had to be had. And my mistake, I went into my vote, which I thought was contingent upon the phone call. And you know, next time that will never happen again. If we don't interview the primary owner, there won't be a decision made. We're all new to this. That was mentioned. This is a new endeavor for us in the township. It's been a learning curve, a learning process. I understand the frustration of many of the applicants, and it's been frustrating, but I'm not going to apologize for taking my time or for making the decisions I make, because my primary job here is the safety and the welfare of the residents and the children, especially the children of this community. So we'll talk to a little bit more to that, but my vote, I was under the impression, was contingent upon the phone call, and the phone call was unfortunately for your client, and not that anyone did anything wrong. I don't want to give that impression, but it just didn't. It wasn't a good fit for me after that conversation, and therefore I assume my vote was no. That I was even, you know, I even, you know, questioned Mr. Moon, who is also on the call, may speak later, but I didn't really want to go with this resolution this evening, because I thought it was understood that my vote was a no at the last meeting. And so I apologize to your client and to you. I thought that would have been good enough, but we'll have that after public comment. I see Mr. Moon is on, so we could talk when we pull that resolution. So my apologies. I'm taking the hit for this one. And with that, we went off topic with some of the comments. Ms. Valdez, I am in the neighborhood down the street from you on Valley Way. You know, we'll look at the signs. I'm going to ask Mr. Lepore to, I'm sure he is, and the chief with the signage. But I'm going to tell you now, COVID, the municipality, and trying to be understanding. A lot of folks were at home, working from home. We have multiple parking issues. I mean, in our area, up the hill, down the hill, where there's a lot of multiple family units, it gets tight, it gets challenging. And so I am, we'll look at these signs, but folks need to be on notice. I mean, you go around a corner and there are cars, commercial vehicles parked up to the stop sign. Chief knows, I call them like crazy. I mean, someone could get hit by a car, you could hit a vehicle. But it's time for us not to be lax anymore. People have to be mindful of where they park. I can't tell you how many times my own driveway's been blocked with vehicles, people trying to squeeze in. There's, commercial vehicles are a big issue. I don't know I guess people are bringing them home with the pandemic. I mean, people used to drive them to work and have yards that they would pay rent to rent commercial vehicles. But yeah, we need to visit a lot of this. We're looking at our parking lots now with the Downtown Alliance, Ms. Brill, with Chief. We've been looking at some of our parking lots that have been inundated by people that don't have permits and are parking overnight when they're not supposed to. So it's time. We have to address these issues because there's a lot of quality of life issues for many of the residents in many areas of our township. And so as long as the signage is there, I'm going to be supportive of if someone is not obeying the signage and they need to get a ticket. I told my own kids when they used to live at home, if they got the ticket, well, now you learn to look at the sign and not park where you're not supposed to park. The streets are dirty, they need to be cleaned. And so Mr. Lepore, as long as it's the signage, and not to say we're not perfect, I'm sure there are signs that may need to be corrected. And if so, yeah, we're going to work to do so. So, but yeah, COVID now, we're coming out of it and we need to move forward and look at the beautification of our neighborhoods. And I'll be fully supportive of that. And that's it. So, again, of course, thank you to Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi for all you both do. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino.
Council President, I just had to add one more thing, if I may, please, before we move on of public comment. Just to clarify, since we do have 45 attendees listening, I just want to have Mr. Trent come back on, if he will, just because I did find my notes that were buried with everybody else's here, questions that Mr. Krikoviak had with respect to council paying $12.5 million in settling the litigation. I want to be very clear, and please, Mr. Trent, correct me if I'm wrong. When we were in court, that was the agreed upon settlement to begin with. And that was what the council unanimously supported to be able to move forward. To Mr. Trank's point, PRISM did turn around and sue us. And yes, they did make a lot of allegations, but that's what the courts are there for, is to determine whether or not those allegations are based in fact or they're foundless. We walked out of that litigation matter actually gaining more funds than we initially had, because there was a discovery of some 15,000 tons of dirt that was left there. So in addition to them initially providing us an escrow amount that they had in their bank, we got some more money. Mr. Trent, can you talk about that, please? Because I don't want the misperception of the public to be that, oh, they got settled, so they gave them more money. We gave them nothing more than we agreed to settle for, which is what the intent of the lawsuit was. And we actually walked away with more funds in escrow. Mr. Trent, can you talk about that, please?
Sure,
I thought he said that.
So there's a couple different levels to that, which it's multi-dimensional, but it's all ended up financially being the township's best interest. So when we were in court, Councilwoman Matute Brown was with us on September 8th. We were there 12 or 13 hours. the discovery was twofold. One, there was an infrastructure amount that we ended up splitting, $383,000 for the town. Then they only had at that point approximately $200,000 or $300,000 up to try to deal with the environmental issues. When we realized, as Councilwoman Matute Brown, that the issues were much more complicated after we had done our own environmental analysis, the escrow was increased to $951,000. So yes, when we closed, there was 12.5, but we actually didn't pay the 12.5. We held back, and with our bond counsel, the Lens firm, they are holding $951,000. And on top of that, to Councilwoman's point, there is an additional amount that they have to take off any contaminated soil of that 15,000, and they're in the midst of doing it now. There's another, I can't remember the number, but I'm gonna say 300,000 that they will get back when they pay for and remove the contaminated soil. So those are all aspects. And again, just, the council's aware of this because we talked about it. I remember last July, we had an emergency meeting where Mayor Parisi, before he had some travel commitments, talked to each member of the council in executive session. The 12.5 never moved. And that they started at a higher number, we started at a lower number, which is what happens in negotiations. When we landed at 12.5, the council never paid a penny more. The town never paid a penny more. And that calculus was based upon an analysis of the property, an analysis of the importance of getting the assemblage together as part of this project that's time sensitive. And we never, that was the whole thing on September 8th, that we just said, we're not putting any more money on this table at all. And we came to the council on September 14th in open session. And as a result of the settlement that was put on the record before Presiding Judge Moore, the council unanimously on September 14th, after we had a full explanation of it, approved that settlement. And that's the settlement that occurred, other than, as Councilwoman is saying, we escrowed more money because we learned more after September 14th that caused us to say, we need to address these issues. So I hope I responded fully.
You did. And then lastly, and if you said that earlier, I am sorry. I just sometimes lose track of my notes. Mr. Krikoviak also made mention about, his question was, aren't we losing some $700,000 in tax revenue with this? With the acquisition of the additional properties, that acquisition has not happened, and we have had discussions, but that has not happened. Can you talk to that, please? And that'll do it for me. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
So we're pursuant to the council has approved additional dollars. We went out and got appraisals on those additional parcels. We're also, again, now that the council has approved an interim redeveloper, there is discussions, and we had a recent Zoom call with the state, because the state is, the governor's office and the NJ Economic Development, EDA, and the DEP. So we're seeking to get additional funds from different sources. But the short answer is we are now doing an environmental analysis on the other properties. And we are, now that we have the main properties, meaning Barton Press, 55 Lakeside, the DPW, we're now, and one of the resolutions on tonight is to do the environmental analysis on what I'll call the twin towing site. So we're doing it strategic so that we can, continue to get the redeveloper to move forward with whatever incentives are available from the state level. And there are tremendous resources available there because of the jobs and because of what this will do for this whole corridor. So the additional dollars are to continue to do the analysis. We have appraisals on each of those sites, and we have shared them as we are required to with the property owners, and we're having productive discussions. We are prioritizing, frankly, the ones we want to, move forward as, the most aggressively to get the first part of this project done, and then we'll make the determinations as they come. But before we enter into the good news about where we're at now, I want to get the environmental analysis, share the value, hear the property owner's response. And again, Rob Beckelman is more than available to talk to the council in executive session. These are all negotiations. And we have a give and take. One of the things I just have to advise also is we do have an obligation, and this is part of the analysis we're doing. If it's an active business, and none of the prison properties were active businesses, so this was never part of it. We do have an obligation, and we're in the midst of getting a study as to, we'll call it relocation, because that's another aspect that has to be taken into account. And obviously, we want to do the least in terms of displacing, businesses that are active and jobs that are, but there's not that many. But we have to do that process under state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tring. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, March 15th, 2022.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills. The bills of December 31st, 2021 and April 5th, 2022.
Consent.
Any questions? Consent.
Resolutions. Are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
So, Madam Clerk, this is where I was going to move ordinance 2680-22 up. This would be on, it is listed on first reading ordinance amending the Executive Drive Rooney Circle redevelopment plan to add to the list of permitted principal uses the conversation we just had on adding billboards, static or digital, subject to the following: sharing of income acceptable to the township and depending on planning board approval. Plus, as we heard from the engineer, that there are state regulations as well. I do.
Okay, can I make so you made a motion. Can
I
I
want to
get
make a motion to, yes?
Take it out of order?
Right.
Take it out of order, yes.
Okay, all right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. So what I was going to say, as much as I appreciate the administration, we certainly appreciate that, the need looking for revenue to the township. But in this case, safety to me supersedes the installation of a billboard on Route 280. And I would make a motion to
Well, if somebody makes a motion to introduce and there's no second, it's going to fail.
Yeah, it dies. It dies. No motion if you're not, don't want to make a motion.
Okay.
Well,
I guess the question was make a not to introduce on first reading. Just how do we just deny this?
I make a motion to introduce on first reading, and if no one seconds, then it dies. I have a motion on the floor to introduce for first reading.
Okay, is there a second? Seeing none, the motion fails.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you to all that came out for public comment on this. Thank you. All right. So
Okay,
now we're back to resolution. Now we're back to resolutions.
Right.
Okay, so the resolution, I had a few questions on, thank you, Councilwoman Castellino, for bringing up the resolution for CME to do the engineering services on the pickleball courts. That was just to add. I know Mr. Lepore is on the call. I had a question on 77-22. This is a resolution for the change order. I'm sorry, I did not see a letter to explain that, but I do understand that work was done on Kling Street and Liberty Street. And since we did have some conversations on Columbia Street, Mr. Lepore, can you address that about adding Columbia Street?
Oh, is he there?
Yes, he is.
Good evening, council members. I think you described some of the work that is taking place on other streets in that neighborhood. improvements with curb and sidewalk, as well as milling and resurfacing existing streets. That included Liberty, a section of Columbia Street, Kling Street. We did get a grant from the county to improve Watchung Avenue in this neighborhood. And we're just looking at completing this small section of town by adding this one area of Columbia Street from Watchung Avenue to the Bend. Some of that property is now owned by the township. So we've fixed curb and sidewalk, or we propose to fix curb and sidewalk there, as well as mill and resurface that portion of Columbia Street.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. And I guess while you're still there, I just wanted to say that I wanted to welcome Mr. Farr as our new forester and to welcome him as a new member to our West Orange Environmental Commission also, and that we did just submit another grant, the New Jersey DEP grant on the tree inventory and digitizing the work that needs to get done along with the tree inventory. We just heard the conversation about matrix and the environmental cleanups. I'm not pulling those. The ordinance that I did want to pull was the cannabis 91-22. And also to move to the end of our agenda, the resolution to go into executive session, because there won't be a vote there and we can do that at the end. And Len, yes, excuse me, Len, Mr. Lepore, on resolution NN 00-22, I'm sorry, not that one, 99-22 on the golf club cart improvements.
Council President, we're asked that be pulled from the consent agenda. We have some things to discuss with council on that. We just recently, and I mean recently within an hour or so, about an hour and 15 minutes ago, was able to provide you with the actual body of the resolution that we'd like to discuss tonight.
Okay, thank you. And to my colleagues too, a very late addition. I'm sorry to say that it was another resolution from CME to do remediation work at Firehouse number 4. This has been ongoing. Len, if you want to address that also, this is to have an LSRP licensed site remediation professional, Manal Baba, who is already listed there at 98-22, has been working on Firehouse number 4, and that work needs to continue. So that would be a late addition to our agenda. And I don't know if there's anything else you have to add to that.
Nothing else to add. There are several resolutions involving CME in between my office and the clerk's office. While we all thought that this was on the agenda, with the fact that there were several other CMEs, it got missed. So
Okay,
this is just on ongoing site remediation.
thank you. Councilwoman Matthew Brown, I see your hand.
I wanted to pull resolution 85-22, please.
22, professional, this was the professional services with Matrix. Mr. Trank just mentioned One Lakeside, that would be twin towing.
Yes, that's the one I want to pull. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other resolution? Mr. Gross, I see your hand.
That was from before when I
Okay.
asked that the resolution be 99-22 be pulled.
All right, that's pulled, thank you. Councilwoman Williams?
I guess we can wait till we get to, it's, we've already said, are we pulling MM to discuss? I'm just not clear. I didn't hear the
MM was just
response.
pulled. MM was pulled.
Okay, so we did pull it. Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I have, I'm sorry, I'm just flipping through my notes. That's it. That's the, yes, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutherford?
Thank you, Council President. In addition to what has already been mentioned, I just wanted to put on record, I have requested contribution, political donation information for all of the firms that are receiving professional services agreements tonight. I wanted to make sure that that was mentioned in the public session. Thank you.
Okay.
Council President, just one last question. Are we asking questions now, or are you just taking what's going to be pulled?
Questions now.
Okay. Just had a question with respect to Resolution 80-22, which is for Ron Farr. He is, according to the resolution, going to be performing work on our private residential areas. Who is going to be doing the public work?
It's anticipated that Mr. Farr will be performing all of these services.
What is that contingent upon, since it's before us now for approval of his professional service contract? When do we anticipate that there's going to be a change? Or if it's going to be included, then shouldn't we amend the resolution to state specifically that he is also going to be doing public? Because the time before, the council did approve a resolution that was split between Mr. Linson and Mr. Farr to do respectively public and private. So,
yeah. And I think if you recall, I believe it was back in November or December. At that point in time, we indicated that Mr. Farr, from that point forward, Mr. Farr was doing both. So if there is a conflict in the resolution,
I did read that he was doing private. That's what prompted the question. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably actually in the contract.
It does say private. Councilman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it in the? It's in the Exhibit A, correct? I know I saw it. I should have highlighted it. Apologies.
if you would like to amend the resolution to include both, that would be appropriate, and then we can move forward.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to find where the language is so we can amend that language.
It's right in the Exhibit A, Agreement for Forestry Services, the second full paragraph. Reading from the beginning, the governing body of the township has determined that it is in the best interest of the township to retain the services of consultant to provide forestry services to the township for private property.
Right.
Yeah, probably just should be amended to provide forestry services, period.
To the township, yeah.
And I think Mr. Moon prepared this resolution, and he could probably make that change pretty quickly and easily.
Yeah,
so.
I could do that.
Okay, so then I'm fine if we move forward with this one on the consent agenda as amended.
So, Mr. Moon, you're going to change it to forestry services?
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And then I had another question. It's just a question on 9622. Let me just get there now. Hold on 1 second. Because everyone knows we've got all of these in front of us.
This is on the Essex Regional Health Commission.
Yes, my question was whether or not the township provides a matching, any matching funds to the services. And I wanted the administration to speak just for the public and our understanding what the service is for the full-time generalist, COVID generalists will be focused on. This is the service from April 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. And the funds are through a grant. But I wanted to know, are there any matching funds? I didn't read so, but just wanted to be clear. And then if you could just talk about what the generalist is supposed to be doing.
Mr. Fonzino, I think, is on the call.
Okay, Mr. Fonzino.
Hi, Director Fonzino, how are you? Thank you.
Good evening. Yeah, I can answer that question. So the COVID generalist is a grant funded position for grant funds that we receive for 2021 through 2022 strengthening local public health grant. And Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in hiring the COVID generalists. Our original plan was to hire 2 part-times to equal 1 full-time equivalent. Just didn't happen, unfortunately. So we are kind of deficient in that grant right now. So in order to resolve that deficiency, we're asking to enter a professional service agreement with Essex Regional Health Commission to utilize, to make the 1 part-time generalist that we were able to hire, to make her full-time through Essex Regional Health Commission so that they can provide the service and we can finish out the remainder of the grant, which comes to a close June 30th of this year.
Okay, so just for my clarification, I'm sorry. Just so we have a COVID generalist on part-time schedule now, and this is to extend that to full-time schedule through the grant itself, correct?
Correct. She would move from full-time, from part-time to full-time through the professional service agreement with Essex Regional Health Commission.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Castellino.
I just wanted to comment on Mr. Farr. It was just a pleasure this year not to have to get an enormous amount of emails about the township forester. So I just wanted to thank him for doing an outstanding job working with the community. So I just had to note that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just going to commend Director Fonzino because I failed to mention he's also a member of the West Orange Environmental Commission, and we are starting the campaign with New Jersey Clean Communities to bag up New Jersey, to bring all your reusable bags, because May 4th, to reduce litter, and the New Jersey law that will ban grocery stores from providing plastic bags and paper bags will start in May. And Director Fonzino has sent a letter to all of our businesses in town, informing them, alerting them, a wealth of information to provide direction on what needs to get done by May 4th, I'm sorry, and ordering bags that we can distribute to the community. So thank you, Director Fonzino.
You're welcome, Council President.
Okay, I know you were not here for that, and I know you're here for an ordinance, but I did want to mention that. Okay, any other questions or resolutions to pull?
Council President, I just want to go over what was pulled. I have 8522, 9122, and 9922. Is that all?
And 97?
91?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My bad.
85, 91, 99.
Yes.
That's it?
That's what I have.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Thank you. Okay, so.
First resolution pulled this evening.
Yep, Councilwoman Matute Brown, yes, on 8522.
Thank you. I did not pull this to vote against it. I just asked, and we all have it on our in our email. It was an amended version. I wanted the township to provide clarity in the language, because our original resolution indicated that that there was some property that was township owned, and in the proposal from Matrix, it does talk to twin towing, leasing the land from the township that is owned. So I the legal department did provide clear language, but I just wanted to take this opportunity with our residents to just be very, very specific and very clear that the township is not trying to buy its own property. Mr. Trent, can you please just clarify that?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Thank
Twin Towing is immediately adjacent to DPW and borders on Orange. Part of it's actually in Orange. So we actually, the township has for, I know Mr. Gross went back and checked his records. It's at least 20 plus years. There is what I'll call the donut hole, because I don't know how else to describe it, is owned by the township, but Twin Towing owns property around it. So therefore, in order to decide what's fair market value for this property and to potentially acquire this property, the reason we asked Matrix to do a phase 1 proposal was to cover the West Orange property, which we're responsible for anyway environmentally, but the Twin Towing property. So specifically, that's why I appreciated your catching it and having me amend it. Block 50, it's lot 51 is owned by West Orange, which again, I'll call it the donut hole, but the rest of it is owned by Twin Towing. And again, there is a piece of it that's an orange, but there is a concept of the remainder that requires us in the end, you know, you can't take part of it. At the end of the day, if we're going to either negotiate, which is obviously what our goal is, we need to understand this. So that's the reason for the clarification, and I apologize for the error.
Oh, no apology needed, Mr. Trank. I just, you know how misperceptions are shared, and I certainly did not want that to be one of them, because in reading the resolution, it just wasn't clear, and thank you for clearing it up. To my council colleagues, it is the second whereas clause. The new language specifically removes the and 51, and it's owned by Twin Towing. So just wanted to be very clear so that when our residents are reading the proposal and then the resolution, that they do not represent conflicting language. So thank you for that, Mr. Trank. But that's why I pulled it, just for that clarification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to approve 85-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Resolution 91-22.
Resolution rescinding and revoking Resolution 56-22 that provided local support for applicant Garden State Natural Green, Inc.
Thank you, Council President, for pulling that. I too was going to pull it because I felt that it warranted a discussion with our council colleagues as well as the public. So the task force focused priority in applications that would push forward the social justice and equity piece of the cannabis legislation. We wanted to do our part to ensure that the state did have qualified applicants that were of diverse backgrounds, including women. And so that's how we initially started reviewing our applications. And while I do thank Mrs. Scrivo for stating so, that our townships and together with the administration and the council passed an ordinance, which we have since amended. The task force did work diligently to create a two-pronged process that did not just require one resolution of support from the council, but after that resolution of support from the council, then the applicants apply to the state. And if and once they are granted a license, then they come back to the township and the task force for the actual application process. And that process includes a much deeper dive. We're asking for your standards of operation procedures. We're asking for, plans on detailed plans on community partnerships. We're looking for actual very detailed information. And in that process, we did like the application that Garden State provided. And upon that, we asked for all of those that we were going to recommend to the council for support to meet with the task force, because we wanted to have the opportunity to see who it is that we are looking to support, and understand that we want good community partners. And that entails having those discussions as well beyond the paper applications that are quite extensive. As I shared with the council previously, some of those applications are 147 pages to 200 pages long. It is not something that we took lightly. We don't take lightly the time, the effort, and the financial output from all of the applicants. However, because this particular applicant that was 92% owner of the business, the proposed business, was not available when the task force requested, because that individual was traveling overseas, I understand. We decided, because of the structure, that we would recommend to the council to support, because that was another opportunity that would give us at that time to have the applicants, the 92% applicant, actually present to answer questions. So there were actually two opportunities. First, before the task force, just like everyone else made themselves available, and then again before the council. Now, to Councilwoman Castellino's point, she did state that her yes vote was conditional upon having conversations, and we did have these conversations in advance. And it was agreed that the applicant would join us for a teleconference. The task force was invited to join the teleconference. Councilwoman Castellino, myself, the chief, and Mark Moon participated in that conversation. And it did accurately last about 20 minutes. And unfortunately, it was our discovery during those conversations that the applicant, who is supposed to be a 92% owner, was really unfamiliar with the cannabis legislation, with cannabis itself, the product, because I think that, and to be honest and to be fair, someone described it as softballs. Like, the questions that were being proposed were not harsh. They were not rapid pace. They were slow and very patient, I would say. And, you know, when those questions were not answered accordingly, I did ask finally, can you tell us specifically what you know about cannabis and the cannabis legislation? And there was some response that focused on security. I believe it was, I know that you're concerned about security. That's your concern. And while, yes, it is part of our concern, it's also very much part of our concern that we have good community partners. That means that the representation that you make on the application, you make in person. And that's not what happened. The response to my question about understanding what cannabis is fell very short. The response had to do with controlled substances. And, you know, while at one time federally that was a class A drug listed, it is no longer. And that sent off sirens to me, because we certainly don't want to encourage straw applicants or what may look like a straw applicant. And that is the reason why we did decide to ultimately ask the council to support rescinding this resolution. What I didn't want to happen was that any entity, whether they're New Jersey based or out of state based, come into our municipality and find someone who fits and checks all of the boxes that allows priority consideration, even within the state, when you're diversely owned, or if you have, if you're a woman or minority or veteran owned, that we support that kind of applicant to the state. So initially, Mark Moon and I had a discussion, and about him having a discussion with the council to advise them that this is likely not going to receive council support as a result of the call that, the teleconference call that we had, but also because there were already 2 no votes on the council on this application. And the 2 council members that are part of the task force who were part of that call also were no longer in support of it as a result of what we understand to be very different presentations in the application and in the teleconference. Through the chair, through the president, Mark Moon has raised his hand.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on some of the on Councilwoman Matute Brown's comments and also address some of the comments made by Councilwoman Castellino. While I do appreciate her taking the hit on this one, we must have to be honest here. This was not just you that had concerns with this. In addition, while if all the council members will recall that when the discussions with particularly this particular application was done at the last council meeting, as Councilwoman Castellino said, she was conditioning her vote on the opportunity to meet with the principal. And while, you know, we could present that as being a conditional vote and the prior resolution not adopting, it was discussed and decided that it's better that there be no ambiguity. There be no room for interpretation. There be no room for anything but that this was something that there was concern. There was a genuine concern about, while the application that was presented to the town was something that in principle that both, you know, the members of the council as well as the task force could support, that when based on the conversation we had, that did not reflect the reality of how the company was structured and would operate. And I'm reluctant to get into specifics about the contents of the application, only to the extent that there's some, you know, proprietary information in there that, you know, it's not even worth speaking publicly about. It would be inappropriate just to speak publicly about, but that the concern was enough to take this step forward and say that while based on the application, based on the documents that were presented to both the task force and to the council, that it seemed like a suitable location. They seemed like a potential good operator to operate within the township. But the idea was just from the conversation, it became apparent that the reality of the entity did not fit the depiction that was set forth in the application. And this is something that has been, it's a demonstration of how serious the members of the task force, as well as Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman Matute Brown, take this process, that they're willing to take, you know, what is admittedly a somewhat of a dramatic step. You know, I don't want to speak for Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Matute Brown, but they came into this process sort of having different positions on the ordinances and the legalization issue altogether, but that they have to feel strongly enough to come together and agree that this is the right thing to do. I think says a lot about their position on this. So all I can say is that the concern is whether or not the presentation that's set forth in the application that was presented to both the task force and the council accurately reflects how the entity exists and operates. And so based on that discrepancy, the members feel that it's not appropriate to proceed with this process. And while the process allows for the application process for license after the state, it seemed sort of disingenuous to allow them to go through the state process, knowing that they've essentially lost the support of 2 members of the council on the way in. So why put them through the process of going through the state process and then coming back out for the local licensing as well. This seemed to be more of an transparent, open, honest thing to do rather than to, keep it going. So.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Moon. Councilwoman Castellino.
You're on mute.
Thank you. So again, I'm going to go back and, I'm on the task force and I take it very seriously, and as my colleague does. And so when we bring the council information, we need to be solid to the council. And in regards to that, my apologies to my colleagues, because we never should have brought you this applicant without having interviewed the majority owner. And Mr. Moon, I hope after this evening you will guarantee that for us. I also, to the applicant, I like to apologize because it just wasn't that one conversation, looking back on my notes on some other things. So again, this is a new process for us. I know I felt rushed because of the timeline with the state and the applications. And I'm never going to feel rushed again, because I did feel rushed with this process. This is new to us. We're trying to find our way with it. And but still, I was under the impression my vote was no, which means the resolution for this evening, I felt shouldn't even be on the agenda tonight, but I'll defer to legal, even though I don't agree. And I just want to leave my statement there. Thank you, Mr. Moon.
Oh, Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Moon, Councilwoman Matu Brown, Councilwoman Castellino, for the commentary around this particular resolution. I applaud the clarity, Mr. Moon, that you just provided with regard to the process. And I am impressed by this extraordinary step to rescind this letter of support, which is essentially an acknowledgement of a mistake. And that said, I think it's important for us, as Councilwoman Castellino just said, to not rush. I did not support this one in the beginning. I didn't support it for different reasons than have been expressed by Mr. Moon. I did not know those reasons. But I do think it's important because this kind of mistake will cast aspersions or doubt upon the process. And we are being held accountable for this very new space we are moving into. There is a tremendous amount of opportunity to provide revenue for the town, but the town is counting on us to do this kind of homework before we get to the voting point. So Councilwoman Castellino, I can hear in your voice how you feel. And I certainly do understand. And I know it's a new space. And I know that mistakes will be made, but this seems to be quite a bit. It was painfully obvious when they made the presentation. They were the only ones of the three that were presented that night that did not have the majority owner present. And that to me was a problem. And I had no clue as to what you guys had already gone through and the additional information you would uncover. But going forward, and I know that there will be additional opportunities for other cannabis companies to do business in West Orange. I think if we are not meeting directly with ownership and have an opportunity to question them about the sincerity of their application. I mean, it sounds as if the application did not accurately reflect the ownership structure or the management of the business. If we don't have an opportunity to dig into that, we as elected officials are not doing our job. last thing I'll say is I think we have to, as council members, rely on the advice and consent or encouragement or commentary of our colleagues that are more directly involved. And we certainly want to trust that that process is done fairly and thoroughly. And so I don't know what changes we're going to make to the process. I don't know if it is going to be a requirement to interview the ownership or to look deeper into the structure and the management. But the fact that we are taking this extraordinary step, which I applaud and think is the right step, and I encourage everyone to, admit when we make mistakes. Everyone does it, but because of the level of public attention and the impact on the community, I think we need to figure out how to avoid this happening again. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I'm certainly happy to participate in the solution process. That's my commentary. I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm grateful for the time and effort that you guys put into this. But again, as elected officials, we are being held accountable and folks are counting on us to get it right. And this is something that certainly can affect their trust in the process and in us as their representatives. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I'd like to respond to that by saying, Councilman Rutherford, that the process that we have is a two-pronged process to allow us to do just that, to be more accountable to ourselves and to the residents and to the council, because it does allow us to continue to take a deeper dive the way we did this last time. And secondly, I will say that when you're talking about 7 members of the stakeholders of the community, elected and private citizens as well, I think they took their jobs pretty seriously and did not feel they made a mistake. I think they voted with confidence on what was represented, and also because we do have a focus on pushing the social and equity justice movement in this space, we did afford a little bit of leeway so that the applicant, who is a woman of color, could present herself. So extenuating circumstances, we certainly felt we were okay with making that decision and moving forward, because we also knew that being a two-pronged process, it doesn't just come to the council for a resolution of support. It does eventually have to come back if they are approved at the state level for a license. They still have to make an application to the township for a license. A letter of support doesn't issue them a license. That's why we created the two-pronged process. And to the council for this applicant stated earlier, West Orange's process is, far beyond reproach, but it certainly is a best practice in the state, because no one has created what we have created here, which is a task force, which is a process that's very detailed, that takes a lot of time for everyone involved, and does give us the opportunity to continue to do the work. I was at an event where the chairwoman for the CRC was complimenting West Orange, because West Orange is the only one that has a task force, and West Orange is the only one that's clearly focused on pushing the participation of those marginalized communities that were most impacted by the failed war on drugs. So I appreciate your comment to revisit how we're doing things, and we continuously are changing. We have a running list of the things that we want to change. But understand that the process was made so because we wanted to have an opportunity to take that deeper dive while they were applying to the state. In this case, yeah, it was a difficult decision to make to rescind, but one that I do proudly, because that is called doing our job. That is called being accountable. And that's why we created that process. So I did not want the applicant to go through the entire process of applying to the state, which is a lot more resources for them. and then come back and only be denied. So again, I am very proud of every member, every stakeholder that has volunteered to be on the task force, including our chief of police, who has a full-time or 2 full-time jobs, and our legal counsel, Mr. Moon, who, you know, is there guiding us on the legislation and how we should proceed. But, you know, I don't take this as a mistake. I take this as proof positive that that the system that we set up is actually working, because nothing is fail-proof at all. However, this does demonstrate that our system is a good system where we can stop it at any point without going through the full process of going to the state and then coming back and having to apply again. We're still doing our work with the applications that we receive. We still have the conversations. And again, I'm sure the members of the task force as well will agree that in moving forward, if the applicant cannot make themselves available because they're traveling from India or wherever it is that they're traveling from, then we're just not going to, we're going to remove that application. That's just, I can't speak for everyone on the task force, but I'm sure that that's the general feeling of everyone on the task force, that it's not something that we're going to support. But I don't take it as a mistake. I take it as proof positive that the processes that we've created are actually working. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I wasn't sure if I was muted or not.
No.
I appreciate all the commentary, and I do agree that I don't want to consider this as a mistake on the part of the task force. And I do commend West Orange, the administration, and the task force as a whole for putting this whole concept together. Let's not discount that this was a tremendous amount of work that they had to do. Everyone came to this task force with their own level of understanding of cannabis. Every member did their due diligence, did additional research and support to bring themselves up to speed, visited facilities, and did what an elected official should do. However, while we do see, as a look back, areas where we can do things differently and or improve, what I'd like to recommend and suggest that the task force look at and consider moving forward is when you do your review process, it not be a closed door process. Just like our planning board and our zoning board have open public meetings that everyone can see and hear. It is my recommendation and support, continued support of the task force, that they look at that opportunity. So again, we're consistent. There's no criticism of us being transparent. And there may have been additional commentary at that meeting that may have changed the presentation that the task force brought before the council. So I would just like to encourage a more transparent process moving forward when we do open the application process again. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, if I could just respond. It is a conversation we had, Councilwoman Williams, with the task force, and collectively decided to have work sessions because we didn't want to give anyone who was out there looking to put in an application to benefit from the work of others by listening to the process and the questionings. We also wanted to protect, some personal information for each one of them. And not give anybody any advantage because they're listening to that process and the questioning. And we just wanted, to make sure that everybody had their own space to interview and not mimic what was done before. That was the discussion that we had, but certainly something that, we'll take back to the task force and see, if that's a consensus among them. Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino.
You're muted.
On mute.
Sorry about that, folks. So I'm just going to add this 1 or 2 more comments because, we do have to move on and not debate it all night. But one of the items that I had asked for, just I'm not sure if I mentioned in previous conversations to the council, was the operating agreement. that the applicants have to supply their operating agreement, so we know the percentages of the ownerships, and that's how we were able to identify the percentages for each of the applications, and to know who was the primary owner versus a lower interest in the property. And again, that was the concern with this applicant, because it was 92% of the ownership, which is a pretty large majority of the ownership. So I don't want to belabor the conversation, but of course, any recommendations that our council colleagues have, I'm always willing to listen to. And this is a work in progress. It's going to continue to be. I'm working with Mr. Moon now. I didn't realize, and again, being naive with this, that some of the ownership, some of the products with the vapes, some have higher percentage of vape products than other applicants. And that's something I look at also. And with our e-cigarette ordinance, Mr. Moon, I know you were still working on that. I'd like to wrap that up sooner than later, because these applicants are coming to the township. They are looking to invest in our community. And we really do have to make these decisions and get them right out of the gate. I know they could come back for the process, but as my colleagues mentioned, we want to be mindful of the investing that they are doing. And so if we do have, we don't want to give a letter of support, or we can't support that, then it needs to, I feel strongly that it has to be done now as opposed to later. And I think the rest of the committee feels that way. That's why they spend the time and crunch the hours, so to speak. But I think we were pressured in the beginning because of this whole race on time in regards to the state opening up on March 15th. And that just created, I really think, a lot of unnecessary pressure that we didn't need. No cause of the committee, but because of the state and their lack of, where I have resentment with this whole process is, they're leaving so much of this to the townships, and them not taking that more of that responsibility with this whole endeavor. But that's my own personal issue. I'm not going to belabor that this evening. And so thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford, I'm going to let Mark Moon speak first. Maybe he might answer your comment or question.
I do want to address some of the comments and questions that were raised. As far as looking back, where I think Councilwoman Castellino, you're 100% correct. We had made the task force made a decision that we wanted to give the applicants the best chance to get through the state process. So we wanted to get it as close to the opening of the application process as we could. That was sort of the rush, and it wasn't the best situation, but we respected the people that came in that wanted to really give them a shot to get the state process. Obviously, the process has already begun. We're in it, so those sort of time constraints, those pressures, not necessarily as hard and strict anymore. So that's something that obviously we can take a little bit more deliberate time with each application moving forward. As far as this, to Councilwoman Williams is, questions about transparency. There is a certain level of work that really shouldn't be done. So, for example, if you look at the applications, we ask for a lot. We ask for some specifics on their security measures. We ask for some financial information. We asked for projections and some things which may be considered proprietary. So when we're talking to some of these applicants, we can talk intelligently about them as a company, their sort of economics and things like that, not the type of things that are appropriately to be doing in sort of open session so that everyone's sort of proprietary and financial information shouldn't really be made available to the public. But for this process, there are factors and considerations for the towns as far as looking at the viability of some of these applications. You know, I would say most of the meetings for the task force have been open to the public. So when we were creating specifically the categories, the criteria, the things we're going to look at, all of those were done at open meetings. Those were all open meetings. It was really only the specific interviews that basically those were the ones that were not held in open, only because of the specific subject matters that were going to be discussed. But you know, but the idea also was that at the end of the day, when they come before the council for that resolution, this is it's just as it happened with last meeting, that's done in open. And those, you know, each member of this council was able to ask those questions as well as review everything that the task force has. There was the evaluation report, which was prepared, was posted on the website. That there's no, you know, that was freely made available. You know, so there, while the task force has done its best to be as transparent as possible, there are certain areas where it just is not appropriate to have open discussions because of some of the topics. But you know, moving forward, we're still working. We're still going to be, there's more applications that are going to come forward, and it's still an ongoing process. And you know, we're still doing our best.
Mr. Rutherford, Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make sure that I get this on the record. I did not say that the task force didn't take the job seriously. I'm certain that they did. And I don't think anything I said should be construed as criticizing the effort or the focus of the task force. But if a mistake, if the presentation of new information causes the rescission of a letter of support, that means there is something that is not done properly, because that letter should not have, that company should not have been presented to us for a letter of support if new information discovered in this process creates this opportunity to rescind that letter of support. So, and that's, you know, listen, everybody makes mistakes. And this is a new space. This is probably not the last mistake that's going to be made with regard to cannabis. But in order to make sure that we have the ability to learn from those mistakes, we have to identify them. So I'm happy to hear there is support for making sure that the ownership, all of the interests in the business are interviewed properly before a letter is given. I think that is something that Councilwoman Castellino mentioned in her commentary when she did vote contingently in the last time. And I think that is completely appropriate and proper to make sure that we have at least interviewed, in this case, it's a 92% owner, but I would suggest any owner of a significant stake, and for me, that would be, you know, anything more than 5%. And that's because of the state guidelines too. They don't allow, as far as I understand, if you own 5% or more of any cannabis company, you're not allowed to own an interest in another cannabis company. You can't apply for multiple licenses. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. So if that's the state guideline, I would want to know that everyone who owned at least 5% or more of the company was interviewed to make sure that, you know, whatever they presented to the task force or whatever they presented in their application was accurate and truthful. And I think that'll help us going forward. So it may sound like criticism, but again, I want to stress what I said before. I applaud this effort tonight. It is the right thing to do. It does correct something that could have been costly for the applicant and wasted time for both them and us. And so it's certainly the right thing to do. But in doing that, we do have to make some changes. And that was really the thrust of my commentary. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council President. I just want to finish my thought too, to that respect. I did not take it as offensive, but I just wanted to make sure that if the task force members are on, that they aren't left feeling like it was a mistake. Again, like I said, I'm glad that we've had this experience because we do get to learn from it. But more importantly, it does show that our methodology in our two-pronged process is actually a best practice so far as people at the state CRC, including Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter, who has taken note of the work that we have constructed around the process. So I do, unfortunately, we did give her, this applicant, some leeway because they were traveling. It wasn't because they were at work or, or babysitting. I'm not going to say supposedly, but we were told that they were in flight. So, but we will take those considerations back to the task force. And I am really glad that we did actually rescind in public as opposed to privately, because that also sends out a very strong message to the rest of the applicants that are coming to West Orange that we are going to scrutinize and we are not afraid to walk back a decision that we've made because of misrepresentation. So in this case, I do think that the process works. So I'm very happy that, we are where we are, but to Councilwoman Castellino's point, I'm not going to belabor it. Thank you. Council President.
Thank you. But I'm going to comment now saying that I certainly don't want to characterize this as a mistake and to not even say that it's a misrepresentation. I have a totally different view on this because that application was deemed complete to bring it to the council. And it did meet the criteria. As a woman-owned, 92% of that business was owned by a woman. And the time and the investment in their application, I know that the woman is a pharmacist. I'm sure she is not going to do anything to jeopardize her license. I'm sorry, I commend Councilwoman Castellino for actually asking for the interview because she was not present. I understand that she was traveling in India. There were family issues. Father was very ill, hospitalized. I appreciate that you took all of that into consideration. But to me, it seems like this does need to move to the state because I did not sit in on that interview, but there was an outstanding presentation given to the chamber because they were asking the chamber for a letter of support as well. And then to bring the application to the council, to me, the application was deemed complete. And I think if it is going to be approved, I appreciate all the work that was put into this, but there is an exorbitant amount of time, investment in this application, and that if it is to be moved to the state, it still has to come back to us and gives that applicant that second chance I think they deserve. I think it's just so unfortunate that the interview apparently went so poorly because it was an outstanding presentation to the chamber. So.
Council President, we certainly felt that we received that same presentation and were equally impressed. However, moving forward with allowing them to move forward to the state with a support resolution of support from the council is quite disingenuous to the process of moving forward that social justice and equity agenda. So I do want to call the question at this time.
Second that.
We're ready to move.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
You're on mute, love.
Thanks. I'm moving slow tonight, guys. Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown.
To rescind.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
No to rescind.
Okay. Okay. The next resolution that was pulled was 9922, resolution authorizing an award of contract Rock Spring Golf Club cart improvements. Mr. Gross.
Mr. Gross, yes.
Yes, good evening. This particular resolution, if you'll recall, refers to improvements that the council approved back in the fall, approved $1.5 million for the installation of cart paths and improvements to the sand traps at Rock Spring. At that point in time, we'd had numerous cost estimates for the cart paths, ranging somewhere in the area up to $750,000. And that was back last fall. Since then, there's been increase in the costs of construction, which probably puts those estimates somewhere between $750,000 and $900,000. We received bids today, and we were anxious to get this in the ground because the sooner we get it in before the season is concerned, the better off we're going to be for the cart paths and the use of the cart paths. So we took bids today, and we have 9. We got 9 bids. Unfortunately, the bids, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, the bids range from around $400,000 to $1.5 million. There were 2 bids that were, one for $400,000, one for $500 and change. And that we were concerned about that, as well as once the bidders took a look at it and looked at the whole package, realized that they had made mistakes and underbid the project. One might say, well, geez, that's too bad. You got to do the job. But the fact of the matter is, if the money isn't in there for somebody to get a job done, the job's not going to get done right. So both of the low bidders withdrew their bids today, which leaves us with the third low bidder at $938,000, I believe, which is a little bit higher than we anticipated, but certainly within our frame of reference. So we're asking for you to approve the award this evening so that we can get the cart paths in for this year's season. They'll start pretty quickly. It's important that, the value of the cart paths, it's important, is it's not just the comfort and or ease of play, but it certainly makes play faster, and it gives you the ability to play on days where the weather isn't optimal. So it's a mere 2% increase in players will more than pay for these improvements. So we recommend and request that you approve them this evening.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Gross, related to the resurfacing of the cart paths. But in addition to that, the entrance also needs resurfacing and has a tremendous amount of potholes. Just wanted to know if that was going to be included and addressed. First impressions are everything. So before you get to the cart paths, you have to drive up to our facility. So hopefully that can be addressed. And then I also just wanted to understand, and I realize this isn't the ordinance, but again, what is our goal and intent with the restaurant? As you drive up again, the tent, outdoor tent, is damaged. I know it was disassembled, but some of it has been damaged. And I just, where are we? What are we doing? Is the restaurant going to open? Are we continuing the contract with them? Where are we with that? All of that, I guess.
Sure. First off, this particular contract is for the cart paths only. It's not for replacement of cart paths, but it's installation. Currently, there are few, if any, cart paths on the course. As far as the entranceway and driveway, that work definitely is required to be done. It will not be part of this contract. However, once one of the things the administration is looking to do is to make recommendations to the council as to the final layout or what areas might be considered for alternate development. Once that's done, then we'll be in a position to then make further improvements in the areas within the course. We'll be able to then dedicate the balance of the course to open space. We'll have availability to other funding to take care of some of the issues moving forward. we're sensitive that that's a time issue and that ultimately we may have to move before that. But that's where we are right now. In reference to that, in reference to the restaurant, we met with them today. They plan to open by the end of the month, and they're working out their deals. We do not have a relationship, a legal relationship with the operators. They have a relationship with Kemper Sports, who we have, which is the entity that we have our legal relationship with. Having said that, we're all in this together, and we're all communicating, and we're all working together to try to get them up and running and functioning by the end of the month.
And so can we discuss, there's been some conversation of some outstanding financial payments to the restaurant operators. Is that, I don't know what that is, where it is. I haven't seen or heard anything. Can you speak to that?
Again, I think there has been some miscommunications. But we have a relationship with Kemper, and Kemper has presented the township with some improvements that they made that they consider to be landlord responsibilities. We've reviewed them. We've gotten back to them with what we think that is. That conversation continues. Obviously, Kemper has to deal with that with the operator. So we did discuss that today with the operator, and we're going to be meeting soon as with they're meeting right away with our representatives that we use to oversee the course. And we're all going to be meeting with them over the next week or so. So all of that is in process to try to resolve, and based on the contractual agreements that we all have with each other.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
So first, let me start with the cart paths, which I'm in full support of, because that will generate revenue. And so that's for all the cart paths. Again, I know there's some, but very minimal. This will encompass each hole, correct? Like it will come. So each hole of play there is in the practice.
There's a plan for the entire course, and this will effectuate that plan. That's not to say that there's a cart path everywhere in every place, but the plan itself, which was designed, we had a consultant design it for us, and this will be for that entire.
So if you have, a lot of rain, and it doesn't stop the play, you could.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Or you could get the cart. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, so I know Kemper, so the restaurant falls under, again, this is a conversation that probably should be in pending matter, so I apologize, but we seem to be going a little off course this evening. We're all very, all our brains are turning. So is there any reason why next year we wouldn't separate out the restaurateur from Kemper, or I'm still confused.
We have a contract with Kemper. Kemper is required to provide those services. They are then they're going to contract, and my understanding, and I'm not going to get into the terms and conditions between them because we're not technically privy to them, but they're going to enter into their relationship, hopefully a long-term relationship with the operator, so that we don't have to have this dance every year.
Well, here's where it gets muddy, and here I have an issue because I've actually went there to book a party, and there's renovation that needs to be made. So I need a better, clearer picture as a council person of what is our responsibilities with fixing the structure, and what is either Kemper's or the restaurateur. And I don't see a clear defining picture there.
Well, our agreement with Kemper is very clear. Any landlord improvements, any improvements that have a 5-year useful life or more, we're responsible for, and those costs get amortized by the revenues over a year-to-year basis. So, for argument's sake, the cart pass, perfect example. that's going to be, $900,000 that's going to be amortized over, we'll say it's 15 years. Those costs will become expenses for Rock Spring, which then is paid for out of the profits of the operation. So that's clear. Anything under 5 years is a responsibility of Kemper. In terms of operational costs and things of that nature, that's also their responsibility. However, that responsibility gets paid for out of the revenues and the profits that are made from the project. So in essence, we're splitting everything 50-50 pretty much.
But inside building versus, so are we responsible for the entire building, inside and out, kitchen, dining room, any kind of renovations to that structure is on us?
Anything that is building, anything that would be a landlord improvement, it wouldn't be anything that's operational. So the operation of equipment,
kitchen equipment would be operational.
Kitchen, the food establishment is theirs. Any equipment that the golf course needs is on them. It's not our responsibility; it's their responsibility.
Yeah. So I was seeing clearer things, and lately with some of the items with the restaurateur, I've just not seen that kind of clarity. So I just wanted to, anything that will be a need, you'll bring to us in the capital budget.
Yes, absolutely. And that kind of clarity that we're looking for as well. And that's why we initiated the conversation we had today with the operator. And that's why we're going to continue to be involved with them and make sure that things run more smoothly moving forward.
And my other concern is I thought they were going to be open by the end of March. So I'm really concerned that, with April setting in, why aren't they open?
One of the issues that we've identified is that the lines of communication haven't worked properly. So today we set up those lines to make sure that we're informed, so that we can let you be informed as well as the public informed. We've let them know that our website is available for them to advertise and to make notifications. So to the extent that that date was put around, I'm not sure exactly where that came from, but we were not officially informed of that in any way. So moving forward, we're going to have a dialogue directly with them so that we have that firsthand information.
But here's my other concern. So again, COVID hit, things happen in December. I get it. Operational costs overboard. You want to close down. I get that. But again, we're at April 5th and the restaurant isn't open. That is a problem. And I don't understand why that.
And again, just to respond. Again,
I'm sorry, I find it inexcusable, Mr. Trank. I think if there's communication problems, I don't know where the blame is to be, but it's April 5th. It's April 5th. I'm sorry, inexcusable.
Again, they have had events there this season already. They have more bookings for this season coming up. And with regard, again, they're in constant contact with Chris Parker, the general manager. The problem is there's a labor problem. And so, again, that's why the mayor had the meeting today with them. We had a good dialogue with them. We're going to do everything we need to sort out, but there were some storm issues. We've had some security issues that we're working through with the chief. So again, they're just, you will recall, the reason it's critical that these vendors be married is because they live together. And we tried to, just to go back, Councilwoman Matute Brown, we put out a general RFP looking for any vendor who would put in a proposal to run that restaurant. And we got 0 responses. And the mayor and I had meetings with restaurateurs all over, including David Burke and whatnot. This was the only restaurant operator who has any experience who is willing to come to the table. Now, again, they have made tremendous strides and improvements. They've invested probably $350,000 into those premises. And they have indicated they are committed and it will open, and they told us that within a couple of weeks of opening. They have a labor issue. They had to deal with some storm damage. And so again, the concept that certainly the mayor's perspective is that to come into them and to, when, especially as Mr. Gross said, when we don't even have a contract with them, we approved their contract with Kemper because we wanted to have some extra people, and because we got no responses to our RFP. I don't want you to forget that. The first year Kemper was there, Kemper ran it, and a lot of us felt it should be open to the general public and whatnot, and it should be more of a restaurant. This vendor has now gotten their feet underneath them. They've made a significant investment, and again, we want to give them every opportunity to try to speak. They are West Orange residents. Some of them are. So we respect their investment, we respect their time, and we made it clear to communicate. As Mr. Rose said, he's gonna have another meeting next week. I made a bunch of calls to Mr. Kronheim and to Kemper to make sure this was on the front burner. You know, it's a complicated relationship that is succeeding. And while inevitably, the more golf that goes there, the more revenue that's going to be generated. This is not yet, I'll call it a destination restaurant. It's just not. And whether that will ever change over time, maybe. But for now, and that's why the card pass, I just want to come back to the only thing that's on the agenda tonight. Getting those card pass installed means, as you know, having a golf nuts in your family, you don't have to walk an 18-hole golf course the day after the rain clears away. I will also tell you, they told me, and I don't read the weather too often, that it is expected in the month of April, there will be between 15 and 18 days of rain. That Chris Parker is like Lenny Lepore, they're weather people. And so that means the days the course is likely to be open in April are going to be limited, which is typical of April being a rainy month. So they committed, they're promising us that they will get open within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we want to give them that opportunity. That really is what comes down to. So certainly I have no problem. And again, you speak for the people and we respect that. And so what I would suggest, if the council president is amenable, I have no problem, Mr. Parker, I have no problem getting the restaurant folks to come before you at the next meeting you want. And you can certainly voice all of these concerns. I'll certainly give you their cell phone numbers. You can call them yourself. I know you've seen them, and you can articulate it. But I think the mayor's perspective on these issues is that we need to move them forward, and the concept of, for lack of a better word, threatening people or whatnot, and I know that's not what you're suggesting, it's not, going to be a productive type of relationship that will further our mutual goals, which are the success of this property, which has been tremendously successful. Again, don't forget, you get all the reports. John Gross said we just got the annual report, right. So I'm sure he'll tell you how much West Orange made. But we're doing a lot better than we probably all thought we would be doing 3 years into it.
And let me clarify, because I know we got to move on, and I appreciate the comments, Mr. Trank, but, again, I'm not attacking any one entity. I'm putting a lot of blame on us as well, but this is, it needs to be resolved. So I appreciate a report, and I would, I'll make some phone calls tomorrow. Well, we could talk offline, but this concerns me.
Councilwoman, just to wrap up, I don't think we disagree that with you that more communication and more information and about what they're doing and our expectations of them needs to happen. And that's one of the reasons that we set up things today. The more we communicate, the more we set everybody's expectations, whether they be disappointing or exciting. But at least we're getting firsthand information, which is something we haven't been getting. But moving forward, we're going to have that.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Trank, thank you also for bringing us back to the golf carts. And the conversation that we're having right now, I was going to put on pending matters for budget hearing dates, that I'm glad that you're opening these lines of communications. I feel like they should have been open all along. So hopefully that you have a better sense of who's responsible for the financing or responsibility for the upkeep and maintenance, that we can address that during the budget hearings.
I think that's fair to say.
Great. And Mr. Trank just brought up the annual report. There was $400,000 in shared revenue there, plus an additional $100,000 that was received months before that. So you're absolutely right. We are seeing a significant revenue generator there. Councilwoman Machupra.
Thank you, Council President. Just not to belabor this point, but I do want to say that I engaged those conversations with the administration August of 2021. So I would like to see a resolution as well. I'm not going to beat that dead horse, but just going to put that out there.
Yeah.
With respect to what's on the proposal for the golf carts, carts. The path improvements, thank you. Everything that is listed here is a lot of it, and I just want to clarify for the public as well, when they start looking through what is expected to happen at while we're improving the golf cart paths. It does say removal, tree removal if and where directed, tree removal. So I just want to be clear that what they're talking about is if it is needed. So is Kemper going to make that decision, or is our forester going to come in? Because at the end of the day, it's still our property. Our forester going to dictate whether or not it's a need to be removed.
There is the architect that did the design has, to the best of his ability, identified those areas. If indeed, when it comes to that, the architect, in concert with our
forester,
tree forester, will be involved and communicate on that.
Okay, and so it's improvement, not complete replacement, that we're looking at.
Well, right? They don't actually exist for the most part, so they're all going in new places.
Oh, okay. Happy to hear that. And then my last question on this resolution is, what's the anticipated duration of the work?
Anywhere from 2 days to what we think is probably 2 to 3 weeks. But
they did not say 2 days.
We've gotten an estimate. We've been told that it can be done very quickly. We're skeptical about that, but we hope that's true. We
It's
think
138 acres.
thinking more reasonable that this is a couple of week job.
Okay, and then I'm off that resolution, but still on Rock Spring. Tell me again, when is the Green Acres round of filing? And I'll just let you know that and my conversations with the mayor have included that I am perfectly okay with moving with the Green Acres funding and just excluding whatever improvements are going to happen on the existing footprint of where the clubhouse and the pools are.
We're already a Green Acres approved municipality, so all we really need to do is to inform them that we intend to dedicate a certain parcel to it, and then it would become eligible for funding in the next funding rounds as they become available. We are looking at that. The catch-22 here is that we have to actually identify and separate and create separate lots of property in order to do that, so that we have to identify where we might be considering some type of alternate development, and then segregate that off from the rest of it, and then name the Green Acres area. So that's become a challenge, just because we don't really have a a solid plan that we've identified that we're moving forward with. But we are identifying the likely areas and intend to come back to the council with that so we can begin the process.
I appreciate that. I would just encourage my council colleagues in the administration to focus on the already existing footprint of where we are and move forward, because considering that we've generated close to, it was over $500,000, and we're talking about a very late start, right? In the year when we first acquired it 4 years ago, and then the pandemic hit. So it's going to be, it has proven to be quite successful as an 18-hole golf course. I'm still supportive of keeping it that way, but would appreciate the consideration of not expanding beyond what's already developed and figuring out what we're going to do with that. But
Well, to be clear, we're not in any way, shape, or form considering reducing the number of holes. And again, the tricky part of this is once we declare it, it can't come back. So we have to be careful. We have a number of options. We have one of the options could be say, you know what, we're not going to develop anything. There's no reasonable alternative use for any of the sites, and that's it. Or there is some alternative in the future, and we'll segregate that off. Keep in mind, if we do that, and then later on determine that, you know what, we're not gonna use it for any other purpose, we can then go back to Green Acres for that remaining parcels as well. So that does not, that only is a strategy while we're maybe undecided about what to do. So
good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. Okay.
Is there a motion to approve 99-22?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. So we have ordinances on second and final reading, 12679-22. This was the ordinance for handicap parking at 53 Rollinson Street and 24 Nutman Place.
Is there a
Motion to
motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion? Any comment from the public?
Any members of the public wish to speak on this ordinance? I'm not seeing any.
Mhm.
Maybe wait one more minute. Nope, no hands.
Thank you. Any comments? Seeing none?
Is there a motion
Clerk?
to approve 2679-22?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. Ordinances on first reading, we have 2681-22. This is an ordinance amending chapter 7-12 concerning street cleaning and maintenance.
Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yeah. Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes. So on this ordinance, we partially talked about this during comments that were made at public comment. And the one concern was that there were different times at different, on different streets. And Mr. Lepore is on the call. We did hear that during COVID, there were so many people working from home. It was difficult to move the cars, finding other places to put them. Mr. Lepore, Can you address this? And one more question though about the, in section 2, hours and days shall be fixed from time to time. Maybe that is legalese, but it sounds a little vague that when do the residents know and when are they notified that the times would be changed from time to time, or the hours and days?
Again, good evening. We do have certain sections of our traffic ordinance that are specific for street cleaning and maintenance. They're enumerated, and I think it cites in the ordinance what that particular section is. This, I'll call it increased fine, is only applying for those streets. And those streets by ordinance clearly establish the days and the hours in the days when those parking prohibition is in effect, in which at time people can expect these streets to be cleaned. William Street, I believe, is an alternate side parking street. We still have many alternate side streets that we we clean on the days when there isn't parking on a particular side. That's not subject to this ordinance. It's only the ones where there's specific hours where we indicate parking's prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance.
Thank you. Any comment or question? Councilwoman Castellano?
Yeah, I just want to, go back to earlier in the evening when I was making comments in public comment. I mean, people have to realize, residents have to be patient and realize that we have to get our streets clean. We're having multiple issues. And the biggest problem is, I mean, all our children have cars now. Problems also that exist in the area. And I don't know how we crack down on it. If there's a basement apartment, some illegal apartments here and there that may not be zoned. And so again, multiple cars, commercial vehicles that shouldn't be parked in a driveway or on a street overnight. So I have to discuss this with the chief. This is on the, this for first reading tonight, but folks really need to understand, we need to really enforce these items because quality of life is an issue. And I know it's not fun to get a ticket. And I think another problem too is, and this could be for the rent leveling board, some properties that have renters, they're not allowed to park in the driveway of the multifamily properties. I know from talking to residents, and that forces more cars out on the street. And, folks are paying to, for that apartment. And that's even for the ones that are multifamily that are allowed to have the apartment there. So we just have to be diligent with all this and have community meetings to hopefully try to fix it.
I'll encourage community meetings, but that's not necessarily a rent leveling board issue. So just to clarify to the public, rent leveling board is for disagreements and rental increases for the maintenance of the property. So just the fact that I'm renting my property and I'm not granting you a place to park is not necessarily a rent leveling board issue.
Thank you,
Just to clarify
Councilwoman.
to the public, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. That's all. I just want to make those comments.
But we did used to do those community walks and visits.
Yeah.
It's something we can revisit. Councilwoman Matu Brown.
Thank you, Council President. Just a question and just clarification on this ordinance where it does say hours and days shall be fixed from time to time by resolution that's duly adopted. So I would imagine that the notice to the public, besides it being on our website, is also going to be posted on in and about their neighborhoods when they change, Mr. Lepore? Is that how they will?
There's two things that make, or actually three ways to make it effective. One, the agenda is published, ordinances are available. 2, actual distribution to a neighborhood of a pending change in a parking regulation. And then 3, signs are posted. And it's when the ordinance is adopted and the signs are posted that actually that ordinance and that regulation becomes enforceable.
And then Mr. Trank is tripping me out with 2 of him on the screen. The other question I had was with respect to the new section 7-12.2 that is going to be added that impounds an additional $50 for clean West Orange assessment, which money shall be used to ensure the cleanliness of the township, including maintenance. So when you say ensure the cleanliness of the town, including the maintenance, is that going towards overtime hours for our DPW workers? Or are we looking to actually pay someone to clean up areas that were not able to be accessed because of non-compliance?
I don't think at this point we specified how those funds would be used.
Those funds would be dedicated to a trust fund to be utilized however the township sees necessary in any specific circumstance to get that done. So it could be for overtime or staffing. It could be to use as seed money to work within communities to put together a community group or a cleanup day. I mean, it's just, it's unlimited ideas of how that money could be used.
Okay, thank you. I just want the clarification also for the public to better understand that this is not just to penalize, but to help improve. And also just for the public who is still on, the new section 7-12.3 is including, in addition to the fines and assessments, police or any other parking enforcement authority which may exist shall be authorized to tow away vehicles found in violation of this section. And obviously that will also be posted, correct?
Actually, that's I'm going to look to see a easier way to post it so we don't have these signs all over the place. I'll discuss that with legal. Certainly, we have parking regulations that are posted as you come into town, and then they are supplemented by actual signs. So if it's going to take tow away zone to be placed on all the signs, then that's what we will do.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Lepore, Mr. Gross.
Mr. Lepore, I'm hoping that that's not a priority list to post the agenda, then distribute to the neighborhood and then post the sign, because I don't know that residents would go to the website first to look at it in ordinance. I think the distribution to the neighborhood would be the priority. Then they see the sign.
Yep. No, I'm just indicating there's multiple
Those are
ways.
three options. Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
I'll save
okay.
my comment. Yeah, I had an idea, but I could save for another time. I'll talk to Mr. Lepore tomorrow.
Okay. Any other comment? Seeing none. Make a motion?
That was already done.
Yeah. Okay.
We're on to 268222. An ordinance superseding and amending Chapter 22 taxation subsection 1, 5-year tax exemption for certain improvements to residential and commercial structures of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Any, no comment. I think we exhausted this.
I have one question, and I don't know if Mr. Kaiser or Mr. Trank is the appropriate person, or perhaps Mr. Moon. I just want to be clear. In light of the even before the recent rulings on the Union County and Bergen County developer situations with regard to designating a developer without using the bidding process, will this ordinance allow the township to dispose of property without a bidding process? And does it allow us to engage in a sale of property without an open and fair, or fair and open, however you say it, bidding process?
I'm sorry, my computer was acting up. Which ordinance are we talking about?
2682?
Mm-hmm.
No, this
The
doesn't.
5-year tax exemption.
I thought we discussed that at the last meeting, and it was
We
it
did.
was put
No-
on the
nowhere
record
to be
that
found.
So I
Yeah.
have asked that question when we did the townwide area in need of rehabilitation. I'm
Right.
asking it again here because I have gotten conflicting answers from attorneys that I've spoken with. I have heard from other town attorneys, and I believe from our own, that there is nothing in the area in need of rehabilitation that allows the township to sell property without a bidding process. I'm just asking again now to make sure that it's on the record and that I'm clear.
Yep. My understanding is there's certainly nothing in the ordinance, and there's not the intent of the administration to, in this ordinance, take any steps to allow the disposition of any property without following the land and building laws in New Jersey, which deal with that.
And that means that those land and building laws do not give the township the ability to sell property in an area in need of rehabilitation without a bidding process.
There's nothing about, correct. I mean, again, if it's an undersized lot, we dealt with undersized lots and others, but there's nothing in this adopting this ordinance that will provide that power or that right to the administration.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Matthew Brown. You're muted, sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to say the same, that the township has sold properties that are odd size lots or adjacent lots to residents by offering it, to the adjacent resident by offering it to them first as a right of first refusal. And that doesn't go out to a bid. So the township has done that. But I understand your question was if this ordinance allows that to happen.
And I do want to add on, Councilwoman Matthew Brown. So for example, when we had Tompkins Street, we're dedicating for 17 units that is being packaged with the redevelopment on Central Avenue. And we did not do that public bidding because we decided we needed that for the affordable housing component. So that was coupled with the Biddleman selective flash. So again, any instance when there's any disposition of property must come before the governing body. And there is nothing in, again, specifically 2682-22 that will provide any additional powers or rights to dispose of property without following whatever applicable law exists.
So, Mr. Trink, though, the Tompkins Street project predated the townwide area in need of rehabilitation, and that was allowed because it was an area in need of redevelopment, and we followed the redevelopment law on that particular property.
Which exactly is what we're doing with regard to the public library site at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. Yes. And it also was strictly for affordable housing. I don't want to forget that. Affordable housing, as we all know, is a high priority. And that's what we did on Tompkins. And that's what we are seeking to do at the existing library site.
Right. But the law that governed those decisions was redevelopment, not rehabilitation. And there is a difference between the two. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's the clarity that I required. Thank
There
you.
you go. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ordinance 2683-22, An ordinance amending Chapter 5, Section 8 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
Madam Clerk and President, can I interrupt because I need to recuse myself for this ordinance? I will shut my camera off and mute my computer. If Mr. Trank, you can call to let me know when your discussion is done.
Well, you certainly have every right, like, to leave it on volume so you can hear the proceedings. You're recusing yourself. Again, the municipal clerk should note that in the minutes, the councilwoman's decision, and obviously by muting her camera, she won't participate in any discussion on this ordinance 2683-22.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Matuka. So this ordinance is amending Chapter 5 about retail food establishment licensing. Let me just read. We have our Director Fonzino from the Health Department here to give us a presentation on this. And just a brief excerpt from our legislative history says the future of dining has changed dramatically over the last decade, particularly with COVID. Numerous mobile delivery services exist. The latest innovation with regard to upscale dining involves ancillary food delivery vehicles, which are dispatched to a customer's home where the trained driver reheats and plates the meal to deliver it hot and ready to eat at the customer's front door. The aspect of the service is no different than a catered event. So, Mr. Fonzino, with that preface, you can elaborate on what the amendment is to this ordinance.
Thank you, Council President, and good evening to everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Michael Fonzino. I'm the Director of the Department of Health and Welfare for the Township, and I'm going to just give a brief overview. Share my screen here. Okay, you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is an ordinance, again, as Council President stated, this is an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Section 8 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, specifically retail food establishment licensing. I'm going to skip over the first slide because the Council President pretty much summed that up, but I will move right into the purpose of the ordinance. Purpose of this ordinance is to revise our municipal code section governing licensing for retail food establishments so that we can incorporate inspection and fee provisions for the operation of what we're calling ancillary food delivery vehicles within the Township of West Orange. The definition of an ancillary food delivery vehicle is a vehicle that transports food prepared at a retail food establishment to a location which is predetermined by a customer. These vehicles contain refrigerated storage, hot holding and/or heating equipment, hand washing facilities, warewashing and sanitizing facilities for the purposes of meal delivery. They do not accept payment for goods purchased or otherwise process any sales transactions. Ancillary food delivery vehicles do not meet the same definition as a mobile food truck. Unlike a mobile food truck, an ancillary food delivery vehicle does not have extensive cooking equipment such as fryers, stoves, cooktops, grills, and hot holding equipment. Additionally, ancillary food delivery vehicles do not require a hood, ventilation, or a fire suppression system. Licenses are required by the Department of Health and Welfare for any person or anybody looking to conduct retail food establishment operations as defined and governed by Chapter 24 of the New Jersey State Sanitary Code. This would also include retail food establishments that utilize ancillary food delivery vehicles. To apply for a retail food establishment license, applications are made with the Director of the West Orange Department of Health and Welfare upon the forms provided. The Department of Health and Welfare shall inspect as often as deems necessary every retail food establishment and any and all ancillary food delivery vehicles utilized by the same. The person operating retail food establishment shall permit access to all parts of the establishment and/or ancillary food delivery vehicles and shall make available all records of food purchases on demand and upon the request of the enforcing official. The West Orange Health Department would do routine inspections of ancillary food delivery vehicles at least once per year. Additional inspections may be conducted if necessary. The fee structure is as follows. These are yearly license fees for retail food establishments that utilize ancillary food delivery vehicles are licensed per vehicle. So 1 to 10 vehicles would pay a fee of $100 for each vehicle. More than 10 vehicles, 10 plus vehicles would pay $75 for each additional vehicle. That's basically my overview. If there's any questions, you could feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is on the screen here. And if anybody has any questions, I'm willing to take them.
Director Fonzino, thank you very much. You just mentioned about the licensing. Is there also an inspection fee that will be part of this?
Council President, the license fee covers the inspection,
Okay.
as is the case with, any other establishments that we license.
Right. And the whole process is through an app that my understanding is that everything would be through an app.
Yes, there is an online mechanism and predominantly, yes, through an app.
Mhm. Councilwoman Castellino?
Councilwoman Williams her hand was up first if she
All
wants
right,
to go
thank you.
first.
Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. Director Fonzino, I just wanted to identify in the ordinance where the actual red line changes or additions are, if you would help me with that.
Sure. So you're gonna find I don't have the red line version in front of me, but I'm just going off memory here. The additions are gonna be the definition of an ancillary food delivery vehicle.
Okay.
And then you're gonna find the addition, and Mr. Trang, correct me if I'm wrong, you're gonna find the addition of the fees for a retail food establishment that utilizes an ancillary food delivery vehicle. And it will have that fee structure that I had on the screen previously.
Are those the only changes or updates to the ordinance as it was written?
Yes.
That's
yes,
correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Thank you, Council President. So my question, I guess, is there a limitation on the size of the vehicle?
Well, state law applies to all vehicles. The only thing that the health department is doing is inspecting the inside of the vehicle. The vehicle is licensed. You will see these trucks are already in the communities. I've seen them, all over, and they're these upscale. The ones that fall in this category are these upscale Mercedes type vehicles that are like, we'll call them nice vans. They're like upscale vans. So the short answer is these are nowhere near the size. And again, Director Franzino can correct me. These are not like food trucks at all. They're quite different and much more, I would call it, compact and less likely to have safety or other issues. So.
And I was on the call the other day, and I expressed some of my. I know that probably doesn't apply to this ordinance anyway, because like we just had conversations about parking in certain areas.
You're not going to have to worry about parking with these trucks because you're not going to if
no,
you're going to
they
have
stay
to. You're gonna
They
have
stay-
to be able to afford, no disrespect to anyone, but this is high-end upscale dining.
Really? Because in my
experience.
neighborhood, I would be able to afford and my.
No,
my-
that's
my-
not what
my
I
house
mean.
is on- My house is only, I'm on a 40-foot wide property, so,
They
you
don't
know,
do
and
small events. They do larger events, larger
no, these are
upscale
small,
events.
these are smaller dinner events, so I'm just concerned. I think, listen, I love the idea, I like the concept. I'm just, you know, I'm a little concerned with the brick and mortar, how it would affect them. But I'm sorry, where I live in my neighborhood, if they're on a Friday night, parking is, and on the weekend, parking is extremely tight. And you know, if they don't have a spot, I mean, right now, you know, a pizza delivery, they're double parking on my street. And so what happens then, you know, if they can't find a spot close to the property? That's all. I mean, we gotta, you know, that's part of our job. We have to troubleshoot. I don't want to sound like I'm always a downer here, but I'm practical because I've been fielding phone calls from the community for 20 years. So these are the type of situations that come up, and I just want to make sure that we're prepared for them. So I wanted to share that.
Yeah, and I think, again, that's clearly, I think the chief understands the issue and the concerns, and we're going to be watching. So I think that, first of all, I think licensing them is appropriate from a health and safety point of view, but that'll also help us monitor them, track them. They're all going to have low jack on them. They want to know where they are at all times because, you know, apparently certain ones get, you know, different types of food. So their ability to work out of a hub like West Orange and then to serve a clientele in the region requires that they keep moving. So, but we're gonna have to address it. You're absolutely right. You know, we don't want to make streets more congested and difficult, but there's going to be subject to every single law, just like your example of the pizza delivery people is a good one, you know, so.
And I appreciate Councilwoman Castellino's concern about the brick and mortar. I think this just gives our residents one more option. And as Councilwoman Williams said, one more option for an upscale takeout type of thing, because my understanding of the app is that businesses that are serving similar food will also be listed on the app so that everyone can be recognized and people have that option. If someone wants to go out, of course, for our brick and mortar restaurants, then they're going to choose between going out for dinner or choosing to have something catered at their home or just takeout. So they have all the options available to them, I think.
Can I ask a question? And this is not
Where's
really.
Councilman Rutherford? Yes.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, and I could be wrong, but does that mean like if I order shrimp scampi from Mama Dag's or somewhere, and then they're gonna bring it to me and they're gonna warm it up
No.
before it gets to like in front of the house? I mean, how does it help the local restaurant? Or how is the local restaurant included?
So the way our understanding is, so again, the reason, if you have a graduation barbecue behind your house and you decide to hire a caterer, we do not license those folks. The caterers can operate and this does not impact them. Food trucks, if they're coming for an event, get basically, and Director Franzino can address it, they have to pay a fee each time and they get inspected. So when we have a food truck. So this is a totally different type of operation. These are generally, as Councilwoman Williams said, these are like world-renowned chefs whose recipes are basically licensed to this commissary that will operate in a hub, like a town like West Orange. There's currently one in Cranford. And basically, you'll have an app, as Council President said, you want to have, you're celebrating anniversary, you want to have Wolfgang Pup steaks or whatever. So basically you'll order on the app. Again, as was suggested, I presume these are pricey because again, this is probably not something you're doing every night of the week, but maybe you are, you know, and so you order on your app earlier in the evening, they prepare it at the commissary. But again, this is where I need Director Fonzino, who I think has actually seen some of the operation. He explains the term. I'm not going to use the word vacuum pack because I'm not in space, but I'm going to let Mike take it over for now.
You're doing pretty good, Rich. Yeah, Councilman, they basically, all the food is prepared in a licensed retail food establishment. From that retail food establishment, it goes to another, what Rich just, Mr. Trank just said, a delivery hub. And when the customer makes the request, the vehicle either has it on, has the meal on board, or goes to a delivery hub to get the meal, which is in a refrigerated state. The vehicle then delivers that meal to the customer and reheats the meal and plates it and delivers it hot to their front door.
So then, just to pick up on that, Councilman Rutherford, you asked about the local restaurants, which is what Council President was referring to. So as we all know, and we all know anecdotally, but a lot of us know people in the business, DoorDash and a lot of those services that many of us and many people in every community use get a tremendous amount of the, I'll use the word price, when you order, from Shake Shack or Chipotle or whoever you might order to, who you want or our kids want to have the convenience of not going to do like we all do. So what they do is they try to help the local businesses by saying, since we have our trucks out there anyway, if you want to be on our app, we will not charge that amount. I'm not going to tell you what the numbers are because I don't know and it's none of our business, but that's one way they work with their local partners so that they can deliver local restaurants to your front door without, for lack of a better word, the gouging or whatever the term is that a lot of these services get from the we'll call it the mom and pop and other establishments in town. So they've actively done this specifically in the Cranford area, and the community has responded positively.
So, yeah, and I think it's an important distinction that what you're not licensing them to go to individual homes. In West Orange, if the Cranford hub would service you, you could get this today. What you're licensing is the operation of the hub, where basically they're going to do the repackaging or the restacking, if you will, into these buses, into these trucks. And that's what you're licensing, not the ability to come to individual homes.
Right, and the vehicles are just an offshoot of that site, like Mr. Gross has explained. That's why if hypothetically they have 20 or 30 or whatever number they have working at a West Orange, they won't have to get inspected in every single town. Now this is being vetted and it has been recognized by the state. So we're just implementing it on a local level because again, the township is hopeful and believes that at least one of these businesses may well cite one of its hubs here in West Orange because it's the center of the county and they want to, they see Essex and Union and probably some of the other northern counties as the first investment in this.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kesselman?
So with that point of Mr. Trank just made about the hub itself, and again, I'm sorry that I have to always, not sound always positive with things, not this, this could be a good thing, but with the other problem that we've been having in the town and downtown, we're trying to work that out too. We have right now, again, this is far from that, so I'm not, with the comparison, but I just want to make sure we have a mechanism in place. So when you have the hub, the parking of the vehicles, these are lovely vehicles. I've seen a picture of them. I was just confused if they could be different sizes, that's all. But if they're, I mean, I just want to be mindful of parking, like if they should be in a fenced in, if where they're parked should be fenced in, if they're on the street by a residential neighborhood. We're having issues in the town. If you notice, a lot of these gas stations have a lot of these vehicles that people are paying for parking to leave their vehicles there, and something we need to address. So I just want to be mindful of that. I know we're approving one thing tonight, but this one thing tonight triggers the, potential traffic on some tight streets and maybe some congestion in a parking lot that neighbors may not want in their neighborhood.
But nothing, and again, we respect exactly what you're saying. None of this changes any zoning laws. As you're talking about parking, that's a land use regulation which applies. So the specific site they're looking at now probably has 500, 500 plus spaces. So, whatever the number of trucks, 30, 40, 50, or whatever, seems like it would be more than.
But they're not parked there overnight.
Why wouldn't they not be there, parked there overnight?
No, I'm saying currently.
But that
That's where they
site
have to be.
that we're talking about, if it has 500 spaces and there are 50 trucks there parked overnight, they're not operating. So I mean, I certainly, you as the owner of the business would be more sensitive of anybody touching your vehicle. So you're going to provide the right, cameras and all the other requirements.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that at least the site that so far has been identified more than accommodates the whatever
Well, I
number
guess-
of vehicles.
Well, not even that. I'm just saying maybe there should be a recommendation to fence in the site. That's all. I'm just bringing that up.
Well, again, if and when, land use is involved, certainly Ms. Gary Adams, but again, right now, for the purpose of this ordinance, it's a limited ordinance. It's based upon our desire to be welcoming to innovative businesses that are seeking to do what we know is all coming. If it's not here already, it's coming. And it's certainly a business that will attract attention as it is in Union County. And again, I think if you start to look around, you're going to see these vehicles already transversing our communities.
So Michael, I wanted to thank Director Fonzino, thank you for this preliminary, this is on first reading, this preliminary presentation, and that should this be approved or introduced on first reading, to have a presentation a little more in depth on second reading.
Well, again, I think if between now and then anybody in the community or anybody on the council wants to get more, we will certainly provide and be prepared for the second reading. I just want to recognize that while one particular business has been identified, there will be multiples of this innovation if it's successful, and we want to be, neutral, so to speak, and support any good business. So, but whatever the council desires for second, we will present the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Oh, that was up from before. No,
Okay, thank you.
I made my points. I'm done. Thank you, Council President.
Is there a motion to introduce on first reading 268322?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay. Next up is pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
So for pending matters, I did want to ask Mr. Gross about budget hearing dates.
Yes, the mayor and I have discussed, we're not quite done with the budget yet. We expect to be able to be in a position to distribute to you over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and would suggest a hearing date of May 10th, if council is available. I'm sorry, May 3rd, excuse me, May 3rd. May 3rd. May 10th is the meeting.
Please let me check. Oh, sorry. May 3rd, Tuesday night. All right, Councilwoman, I was just going to send you something in the chat to let you to welcome you
I
back.
did get a text. Thank you. Sorry, I was, it took a moment.
So excuse me, Mr. Gross, is our intent to go on like Tuesday nights to, are we gonna stay away from the marathon Saturday that,
Our intention is to use the same format that we did last year. We felt that was very successful. We were able to touch all the bases and get it done in an evening. And if that's not enough, then you can schedule another evening. But we think that we should be able to get through.
yeah, no, I prefer that than the marathon Saturday.
Weekend, we usually block a whole weekend.
Does
May 3rd, yes, sorry. So we were talking about budget hearing. We're up to the pending matters, and I had asked about budget hearing dates. Mr. Gross just is asking if we will all be available on May 3rd, Tuesday, May 3rd. Please check your calendar.
Yes, I'm good for Tuesday, May 3rd.
Great. Mr. Rutherford, that works for you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Councilwoman Williams, we're all good? Oh, John, sorry, what time?
I would say as early as possible.
Yeah.
5 o'clock, 4 o'clock? What does that mean?
Well, we'll be available anytime, but it's really based on your
work
schedule. Yeah, your work schedule.
Well, I don't want to
probably
get,
certainly maybe 6 o'clock if not earlier, but
Let's do earlier if everyone's, I can rearrange my work schedule to be off earlier. Just so that
4:30, 4
I would have
o'clock,
to do the same. 4:30.
4:30?
Does that work?
I would recommend 5 because we always get criticized by the public if we aren't fully transparent. So as much as I would like 4, there may be people that,
Will this be an in-person meeting?
that's your decision.
Wow.
I would love it to be an in-person meeting. I need
Yeah,
to
I
get off
think it
this
should be.
computer.
If we're going up, we're looking at May schedules. I can't even imagine unless there's something that happens unforeseen, why we would be considering a virtual meeting.
So to that point, though, that was the next thing on pending matters about going back in person. Is this possible to do in the conference room where we would have more room? Because this is really, if you're talking about council chambers, we are sitting, look at our meeting now, it's 11:30. So this is that many hours if we were in council chambers sitting next to each other with very limited space.
The reality is there no longer are any spatial requirements. It might be something you can do if you choose to do. I mean, I think if you don't necessarily have to make that decision right now, whether that's going to be your open or not, certainly you can, but you're going to you got at least one meeting a week before to make that decision about that meeting as well. So it's really up to you, but the meeting date itself, probably you can set that and then you can decide independently about meeting, because you're going to have the same issues, whether it's the budget meeting or a council meeting.
Right.
That takes us to the next council meeting, because that was going to be my ask if our April 19th council meeting is going to be in person. And if it's not, we're getting a lot of communication from the public asking us why we're not meeting in person.
So the next meeting would be April 26th.
That's what I
April
have.
26th, okay.
April 26th. Now, the decisions that need to be made is if it's going to be in council, is it going to be exclusively in council, the old style where we record it and it goes up on the website, the following day or so? Or is there a desire, and I've heard this, to do the Zoom at the same time? We're testing out the technologies for the doing it with Zoom and in person. We think it will be a bit awkward at first, but it could be done. You have 50 some people on tonight. You generally don't get that many people in a meeting,
Especially not a budget hearing.
right? So, again, this is really all your preference. Town hall is open. It's your decision to make. But again, it may be a little bit more complicated decision than you're thinking about, because you do need to decide whether or not you're walking away from Zoom.
I support trying to do a hybrid if at all possible without, for those people who are watching via Zoom, they don't have the capacity to interact. If they have any questions, that they have to be submitted by a deadline prior to that meeting. And then the only opportunity you would have to ask live questions is if you would be in person.
Here's my concern with that. And I know, I think the school board meetings are that way. You have to put your questions ahead, somebody will read them. I am a little concerned that, let's say, I mean, Madam Clerk is not in the office. She leaves at certain times to get her dinner, as she should, and come back. What if in that interim, or, something gets missed, or it doesn't, somebody, a resident thinks that they sent it and it wasn't, received. And then we're going to be accused of, not of silencing someone. I'm just concerned about technology in that way. I do agree that this allows so many more people to participate. As you said, we had over 50 today. And then my other question would be, if we do hybrid, is someone specifically assigned to do that? Or is there an expectation that there's a laptop in front of each of us?
We would be assigning you a laptop in front of each. No, I mean, for the meeting, we've done a little bit. We're testing it next week. But what we anticipate, if that's the direction you want to go, we already have the laptops. We're not buying anything new. We would provide a laptop with a camera and a microphone. I think there's some technological issues in terms of sound that we're going to deal with, but we'll figure that out. I mean, that's just, it's just a matter of figuring out the technology. I think the awkwardness is playing to a camera and a live audience. That's going to be a little tricky.
That will be tricky on a town council meeting, but for a budget hearing, there is no interaction there. It's more listening, and people can submit questions. Whoop, that was a big sigh.
Yeah. We're making this just so difficult. I mean, I know the world has changed, and I get that, but I agree with Council Woman Williams. There's no reason the school board is making it work. They have up to 8 o'clock to, or whatever time we start, 6:30, to ask a question. If somebody wants to come in, they could come in. I feel that if we don't move forward, we're not moving forward. And, that we watch the numbers. If anything changes with the pandemic, I mean, all the other towns are back operational. I don't understand why we're so hesitant. We could always go to Liberty Middle School to do our meetings like we used to. We could be spread out there. I mean, if people don't feel comfortable, there's a whole big auditorium. They could come in. There's so many other options. We could do this live. And I got to be honest with you. And I know there's people on the call now, and thank you for staying with us so long. But, if we're going out and we're leaving, I mean, we can't be doing this, midnight, and then we're out, and then the staff has to drive home. So we have to really, I know we're a little more lax since we've been on Zoom and having these late meetings, because we are in the comfort of our home. But I'll tell you one thing, then we need to put a time limit on the meetings at 11 or 10:30, because if we're going to be out in public and be on these calls all night, I mean, that's just insane. Everybody gets tired and we lose patience with each other. And I think it's great for us to go in person, because we need that too. We need that. We need to see each other as opposed to being on the little small cube here. So I think we just have to try to go back and do the best job possible. and not reinvent the wheel. Maybe have the questions come in, the meeting's on by the next day. It could go on quickly.
I agree. We should go back. I'm just concerned trying to balance the work that we have in front of us, a laptop, if that's what the administration is suggesting, and the public. I'm happy to go back. I'm no hesitation about that. I'm just concerned having a laptop in my face while I've got, I'm taking.
Irony is there's a laptop in our face. That's the irony. There is a laptop in our face right now.
But there is no public that we're trying to monitor while we're there.
Just to be
And
clear.
we'll have a
if it-
smaller
if-
space to work in. I don't think it's necessary.
The administration is not suggesting that you have to do that. I would say the administration is anticipating there may be a desire to do that. If the council wants to go back and have its meetings the way it's always had it, we can that can be done. We'll have somebody tape the meetings and it'll be done. And by the way, if as part of that, you want us to set up a dedicated email address and that questions come up into a certain point in time, and those email addresses emails are available to read into questions during the appropriate time in the meeting, we could do that too. So we could do anything you want to do. We're not suggesting that there's anything you have to do. I guess what we're saying is we'll accommodate you, whatever it is you want to do.
Well, then let's start with our budget hearing and we'll try it out.
We're gonna skip another council meeting. Why? Why are we not going back in person? The town hall is open. There's no rationale for us to be on a screen and not be accessible to the public. Let us listen to what the public is asking us to do, which is meet in person. And if you don't want to be in front of a camera, then don't be on front of a camera. But this has got to come to a stop, guys. No other municipality is doing this.
Why?
Yeah,
I'm ready to go back.
Yeah, I am too. I just don't understand why I don't understand why having a hybrid experience is a big deal. We're gonna have people in, and this is the way of the world. Like, we're not going backwards. Digital presentation of things is going to be a part of our lives going forward. We need to figure out whatever that means for us in council meetings. I also don't understand why it's maybe somebody can enlighten me. What's the downside to allowing people to submit questions from Zoom via the chat? They don't have to speak, but if they have a question, why? I mean, we're going to have a moderator for the Zoom. Why wouldn't they be able to submit a question? And just like we have public comment where the moderator says, what's your name and where your address and state your question, why couldn't they do that as well? Now, look, I don't want to debate it tonight. It's already 11:36, but I do think that is something we need to think about as we plan going forward.
Well, it sounds like we just decided April 26th, we're going back in person. That's what it sounded like to be.
Well, then you need to decide the parameters then, so is it going to be a hybrid Zoom or is it going to be
No.
So do we need a motion to go back in person? Because if we need a motion, I'm more than happy to make the motion to have our next meeting in person.
I don't
decide the parameters. How does the Board of Ed do it?
They get the questions. They get the questions and they're filmed on TV. I think we should try that. And
streaming though, are they still live streaming? There were at one time. Are they still live streaming?
They have different capabilities because they have all that equipment.
What did they do last week? What did they do last week?
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Well,
yeah, they have the technology. We don't have that kind of technology.
Well, how do we say they have the technology? Then where did they meet? In the library at the high school. So why can't we move our meeting to the library at the high school?
Well, if it doesn't conflict, we can do that at Liberty.
We have the ability to do a hybrid. That again, if the council just needs to decide what you want to do.
Council, let's just go back to town hall. Let's try a hybrid. If it's not comfortable for us, then we will go back to just having the meetings in town council, but we cannot keep shutting out the public. There's no rationale. There's no health protocols that don't allow us to meet.
I don't think that it's fair to say
we're not shutting out the public at all. We had 67 people on tonight's call.
Started. Yeah, it's not, we have a lot less, as you know, Councilwoman, you've been in those chambers. Sometimes it's you and a few others, but I think that I certainly do want it to continue to be as accessible, and I don't have a problem going back.
Well, then let's go hybrid.
But like Mr. Gross said, we have to decide on how we're gonna do that. Is it gonna be just filmed? Is it going to be one person with a camera running the Zoom while we're having the meeting? You know, and then to include a chat function if we're all on there is gonna be important.
Let me try to identify the options for you. And then
Okay.
maybe that would be helpful.
Start there, that would be very helpful.
Okay, we could go back to pre-COVID, person in the room with a camera, recordings, microphones, speakers, in-house.
Okay.
You can obviously continue to do what you're doing now. That's an option. The hybrid would look pretty much like it does now. You're going to have a Zoom operator who's going to be moderating the meeting. You would each have a laptop. Everything would work through that technology because you can't have separate speaker systems. It would be separate microphones because of the technical aspect of getting feedback and things and we'll work that out. But you would work with a moderator just like you do now, except you'd have an audience.
I think that is a waste of taxpayers' dollars, that we're gonna sit there and Zoom, get filmed being Zoomed.
Well, why don't we reserve that comment, just like we just said, when I just said, shut out the public? Why don't we reserve that speculative or speculation until we see? So if we see that we're wasting our time because nobody is dialing into the Zoom, then we don't waste our money. Either we meet in person or go back to the old way, or we meet and do hybrid and see how it works. But one way or the other, we got to see how it works.
So
One way or the other.
Here's how the board's live streams on YouTube. Why can't we do that then? That's how they live stream on YouTube while but no one is sitting there with a laptop and individually trying to.
You're either going to have somebody there with a laptop as a moderator or somebody there with a camera. You're paying the same amount of money. You're paying the same amount of money just for different technology.
Yeah, they have the personnel, they have employee staff. How about, why don't we just do one meeting a month, one meeting on Zoom a month and one meeting a month in council chambers?
Because then people aren't gonna know what we're doing. You gotta be consistent. You gotta be consistent.
I gotta be honest. I do not want to be Zooming in council. I'd rather just stay home. I mean, we're gonna stay there. We're gonna be up to midnight.
So we either decide we're going back in person or we're Zooming. Right.
I mean.
Okay, well then we're going back in person. We're going back in person.
Yeah.
We could take calls to 7:30, and or we could go to a bigger venue to make people.
Let's go to a bigger venue well, let's just go back to council chambers for the first meeting, see what happens. And then if we identify, I mean, we're gonna know as soon as we had a meeting, either everybody's gonna come or nobody's gonna come and everybody's gonna complain. The community is gonna let us know what they want, and then we're gonna respond to the community's needs.
If you go back to town hall the way you always did, you're gonna go back to your 10 to 15 to 20 people, depending on the topic. And then obviously, as we get closer and closer to the fall, you'll get more people. If you stay what you're doing now, you're going to get your 50 to 60 people at every meeting. If you do a hybrid, you're going to get some combination of both. You're going to get 50 to 60 people on Zoom, and you're going to have 5 to 10 people coming in, because frankly, if you're on Zoom, most people are not going to show up in person. You're not.
Right.
You're going to have a few people.
But I think it's so convenient for some people to do this hybrid because they're home with family and they're not going to sit in town hall till 11:45 in the evening.
There are some people who do.
Well, some. So, John, I know that I've had
They're
this
gonna make you sit there until 11:30.
So, Mr. Gross, I know you and I have had this conversation already to work out this hybrid. I don't really believe that the technology, I mean, you haven't figured that out yet.
Well, we're testing it next
We're
week.
testing it now. So then let's do hybrid for the 26th. Takes everyone into consideration and see if that works. And if it's not necessary, then we just go back in person.
So the hybrid is in person.
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is what I mean, we all get
Just
tired
make sure
because
there
it's
was
so
no.
No, I
misunderstanding.
understand that, but it still gives the residents an opportunity to tune in.
Yeah.
Let's sleep on it. How about that?
No, let's just decide now. Hybrid next meeting. I'm confident in the capability of our
figure it
CFO
out.
to get
Yes.
it done.
April
Okay,
26th, right? Not the
April
19th.
26th. Yes, not the
All right.
19th.
My calendar is messed up. Why is my
Hey, you know
calendar
what? Wait a
messed up?
minute. We still have a resolution to go into executive session.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We'll be there at 1:00 in the morning.
What?
What was that?
I'm
was
saying,
it.
we'll be there till 1:00 in the morning. I'm saying if we go back with the hybrid.
Oh my God, Michelle, you don't know how you sound.
Just check your.
I know. What's in monthly?
Yes. Very badly.
Did it say
We're
unstable?
at the end of the meeting anyway. Can we go into, can we vote to go in, can we end the meeting and go into executive session so that the
That's
folks that are
that was
still
the
here?
plan. Yes, Councilman, that was the plan.
Is Mr. Trank still on?
No.
He's under Mark Moon, or he was earlier.
Oh.
No, he's gone.
Okay, so
Mark,
does that mean no executive session? Do we have it tomorrow? Or what are we gonna do?
I think someone should.
Conducting the,
Yeah, somebody better call him. Hold on.
We'll get him back on.
It
Can I
looks
say
like
you pick
Mr.
up
Moon
the
is
phone? Are
doing.
you calling?
Yeah, I'm calling him.
Is Ken still on?
I'm on.
yes.
I mean, I have his number.
Well, it looks like Mark's calling him now, so.
It went to voicemail.
He's done with us. He's
That
had
would
enough.
be too. Look, to 11:45. Thank you all. I'm so excited that we're going back in public. You just don't understand. We have been, I have been, and I say we because it's more than just me. It's myself and my council colleague. We have never been to a council meeting in town hall. We're going into, halfway of our second year, and we have never been in town hall. It's like you don't feel real. You don't have that sense of legitimacy.
Well,
You know what?
we got a lot accomplished.
We're still on.
All right, so can we then, would it be appropriate for us to adjourn adjourn this meeting and then go into executive session pending we get confirmation from the attorney?
Well, you have to wait to see if that happens so that we know where to call in and all of that.
Well, he would email us. That wouldn't go to the public anyway.
Hold on, let me see what I can dig up here.
It looked like Mark was calling him, so he may have forgotten about the executive session. And truthfully, you could just postpone it till the next meeting, so.
Let's do that. I'll make a motion to adjourn and.
Second.
Well, we have to postpone the executive session. That's on the agenda, so.
Well, I can just add that to the agenda next time.
Is that okay? All right.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
fine.
thank you. Second the motion, if there's no objections?
All in favor?
On the phone. Why don't we wait for him to get off the phone?
Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Castellino, you sound like a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just check your wire.
So it's for the record, I was off by 15 minutes tonight.
Why, you said 11:30?
I was standing over at 11:30.
I said midnight, so,
I said 2 o'clock.
oh no, I'd be in bed by then.
I didn't say I was gonna be
Mark-
here. I just said.
Mark, we wanted to adjourn.
Oh, so
Mark-
yeah, he's about to jump back on. He was actually not aware that there was an executive session.
Right, right. Or would you prefer that we postpone it till next meeting?
Okay.
I actually might have more to report by then. So,
Okay, tell them that. We're going to adjourn and postpone next meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so I have the first and the second motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned.
Good night, West Orange.
good night, everybody.